I'm going to try this one more time. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to try this one more time, and then I'll have to take a closer look later if this doesn't work. And then I'll have to, I think it works. I think it works. Okay, cool. Holy crap, dude. Holy crap. I think that works. I think that works. I think that works. I think that works. Yes, sir. I think that works. I think that works, sir. Yep. Cool. Jeez Louise. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm so freaking dumb. What's up, Bryce? Holy moly, man. I'm a freaking idiot. I have to set up everything now. 1 second. I know what it was. I know what the setting was. I know what the setting was. I know what the setting was. Jeez. I'm so late to this meeting. What's up, Posy? How you doing, man? What's up? What's up? What's up, my dude? All right. Think. Holy shit. Think. Meh, alive. There you go. I feel the same way, brother. I feel the same freaking way. Okay. All right. I am going to be discussing Mists of Pandaria plans for Think, which is the guild that we will be running in Mists of Pandaria. So let me join my homies here. Yo. Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry about that.
I will come back for MoP for this guy.
Yo, what's up, dude? I've heard a lot about you.
That's bad.
Yeah, honestly, it's been pretty bad. No.
Only good things, bro.
No, it's a lot of good things, honestly. A lot of good things.
Appreciate it. Dude, see, it's so like you're talking about, dude, I quit Classic already again. That dude, BWL was so dumb.
You quit Classic? I love BWL, yeah. Dude.
You want my account? You can have it. But it's boring.
Bro, if I could have transferred my hardcore character to Night Slayer, I would probably still be playing it. But the fact that you can't is so dumb, dude.
Oh, you have to go to, what's it called?
You have to go to PvE, dude.
Whatever.
Yeah, yeah, it is lame.
But nobody plays on that server.
Oh, on Dreams?
That's like the whole that's the whole purpose of like Classic, the world PvP, right? Yeah.
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 Well, Pagle's a PvE server, which I thought was going to be like lame, but it's 100% alliance anyway, so you're not getting any world PvP anyway.
Yeah, Fairlina is not a PvP server. Like,
yeah.
It used to be.
Yeah. The only the only PvP server that's left is Grobulus. They actually do like world PvP in Grobulus still. They actually have like organized like world PvP. They've like made their own like battlegrounds out of the server.
That's cool.
Actually pretty cool.
Bro, yeah. I was leveling my rogue in a dungeon, and 2 people from a guild that I used to play on Benediction in vanilla and then BC. 2 people I was in a guild with were in the group, and they were still in the same guild, and it was the GM. I was the like raid lead in that guild during like Hyjul and shit like that, and BT. But yeah, dude, it was so crazy. Like they're still together and they're still on Benny. I feel like that was so long ago.
Yeah.
Like
wow.
Same GM, same fucking raid lead. How long ago was TBC? That was like 4 years ago at least, right?
21? Yeah.
I think so.
It was 2021. Yeah. Yeah. What was I talking about that we wanted to discuss?
Loot.
Loot. Yes, loot, recruiting, fight prep, raid comp I added to the list, and fight prep, and shot calling duties. Cool. Right. Wow, it's been a while since I've talked to you, Soltech. How have you been, man?
Yeah, good dude. It's been a while.
Yeah,
I've been chilling, man.
nice,
I
dude.
just popped on your stream. This is the first time I've seen you, dude. What's up?
Oh, really? Nice, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
I'm.
gonna be a streamer guild now. Between Funkus and Bleezy, we're like
That's what I
full
heard.
POV
I
at the
heard.
raid.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard Bleezy was a streamer too.
Dude, my streams are mediocre at best. That's just me.
Bro, I went to your stream and it was fucking frozen for the first like 20 minutes. I was trying to get you to fix it. I'm like,
Yeah,
dude,
because I was locked in.
this is the most budget fucking stream that I've ever watched. It's just frozen on like you dying.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I don't know. I gotta figure out how to fucking fix it, to be honest, because I stream off of an ultra wide and it like
Thanks for the follow, brother.
smushes. And no problem. Gotta support the fellow guild leader.
Hills, yeah.
But what was I gonna say? I don't know. I stream on like a fucking ultra wide and for some reason it just doesn't fix the resolution. It like
Right.
squishes it. I just have to have some like professional idiot guy do it for me because I have no clue what I'm doing.
Oh, yeah. I had an ultra wide too. I ended up buying another monitor, like a standard size
really?
monitor, and I made my ultra wide my like second monitor, which is kind of helpful because like there's so many windows that you like have up when you're streaming sometimes on the other monitor, like chats and
That's super
monitoring and all that good stuff. So it actually kind of worked
You
out.
guys are talking about that.
Yeah,
I had the same exact issue when I set up like a stream the one time, and I was like, dude, I cannot get it to fill out the entire screen. Like I was fucking with it for like
Mhm.
2 hours, and then I just gave up. I had like giant black bars on the top and the bottom, and I
Yeah.
just couldn't get it to not compress. You know
Do,
what I mean?
do you remember I made that I don't know, I think you were in the guild, Soltech. We did that like 15-minute Black Fathom depths clear in sod. I made a video out of that, and it was
Oh, you
like it
did?
had black bars.
That's
'Cause
like I didn't even know there was a video of that.
Yeah, I made a video. I put some music to it. I was so hyped up about it, dude. I was so hyped up about that
Yeah.
15-minute BFD clear.
We had a good fucking
We
second
pumped.
tempo run too. Like our like second
Yeah.
or third run, we were like pretty hot, like 7 or something on the server.
Yeah, we pumped. We did pretty well in sod. And Kata, I heard. I mean, I think I left before things really took off, but I've heard, I kind of disassociated a little bit there. I was like, goodbye video games.
Yeah. I got life shit going on, whatever.
Yeah.
Well,
but
we were supposed to be number 69, and some other guild fucking stole it from us, so we were 7.
oh shit.
Nah, but did we not end at 69? I thought we did.
And
No, we
got
did. There's a
bumped to 70
screenshot.
stuff.
I swear to God that we did.
Yeah, no, we did. I got the screenshot for sure, but we got bumped to 70 later on somehow. I don't know.
That's because the logs probably updated it like a minute.
Yeah.
No shit.
You guys want to get into some MoP talk and shit?
Hell yeah. I'm excited about it, man.
Yeah, me too, dude.
I'm so excited. I'm so ready for it to come out. I wish I was in beta, dude.
Yeah, I've been
Yeah.
fucking around on Tori a little bit. Just like
Yeah.
going and killing mobs and like trying out the classes and stuff.
Yeah.
It's been pretty helpful for like deciding what I want to play and how the classes like feel and stuff. I was telling Golo.
Yeah, I messed around with the Brewmaster on the PTR, on their PTR. I just leveled up to 90 and like just attacked a dummy for like an hour. And I was like, holy shit, dude, this is hard.
Yeah, completely different, a different class and everything.
But it's gonna be fun. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, for sure. So what do you want to talk about first?
I guess putting a little raid comp together here. So I guess raid comp into recruiting. So let's look at raid comp and then see what we need for recruiting.
Sounds good.
This is what I have so far. Let's see, what am I missing? Mistweaver and Golo on the Ellie. You're gonna go Ellie Golo?
Enhance.
You're going enhance?
Yeah.
Nice, dude. Hell yeah. How's that rotation? Is it good?
Yeah, it's like a pretty classic enhancement rotation, but Shaman also has a cool totem that like is a raid cooldown.
Yeah, super good.
Nice.
Isn't that when? Don't you get Ascendants?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we get
Yeah.
Ascendants, and then there's a raid cooldown totem that like gives everyone critical strike or something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah, that's
Sky
a huge
Fury.
one.
No, I'm kidding.
So
I feel like a warrior would be huge. So like group
Yeah,
3 is going to
warrior.
be like, this is our current comp. We don't have all the buffs covered, but honestly, it's not bad. However, we could do arms warrior. I think would be good. I think I've heard subtlety rogue brings a lot.
Yeah, sub is good.
Right? What does sub bring?
They bring smoke bomb, which is a 20% damage reduction, raid cooldown. They
Nice.
also are just like beast single target damage, and can just survive everything, like cheese all the mechanics. I don't know, probably pretty good. I don't know what they bring. I mean, they bring tricks of the trade, obviously, but I would expect we have a hunter too. And apparently, tricks is less used for the threat gen and more for the damage bonus that you're giving it to like a DPS usually. I'm pretty sure. So it's
Okay.
a 15% damage bonus for DPS on like a 20-second cooldown or something.
Dude, I think tanks are the DPS in MoP. with vengeance.
Brewmaster, yeah, and Blood DK I heard does a lot of damage too. I think that's
Yeah, it does for sure.
so. What I heard about I mean, if we're talking about comp and stuff, what I heard about the tanks is like the ideal setup that I've seen is Prot Warrior because of how mobile they are. If you're gonna have an immobile second tank, or Blood DK is just the better all around tank, but not as mobile if you have a already mobile tank. If
Yeah, I
that
think
makes
Brew will
sense. I
be
might have said that back.
mobile enough. Like, so I think Brew Blood is a totally fine comp as well.
Yeah, that seems legit.
Yeah. I like brew blood and then bring arms for
Yeah,
the warrior buffs and debuffs, because warrior brings a lot.
Warrior has a
yeah,
raid
they have the
cooldown too.
banner,
The banner, yeah.
Banner, rallying cry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they're
I,
like S tier DPS too. Like they're one of the best in the first phase from the tier lists I've seen.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
there's
agree.
a very small chance that I'll play arms, but you know, I'm kind of flexible. Like the amount of buffs that Shaman brings, like I understand it's like super helpful to like have one of those show up every week. So like, and I'm still I'm excited to play enhanced too, but if we need to, I potentially could go arms also.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm also like I'm not 100% locked in for lock right now. I know TRT said something about he possibly wanted to play lock. I would definitely be down to play hunter or rogue. I'm like 99% sure I would play either of them. Um, hunter is probably the best for like a consistent player. That's always going to be there because just misdirect like tempo of the it's funny it's my name, but like they're doing a lot of the polls and like keeping things moving and you know obviously misdirect and all the utility that they bring with the traps, and they're like S tier DPS also, so
Well,
and
I
they
was
cover all the
wondering.
buffs too. So
Well, that's what I was wondering. Is it because I heard survival is like really good? Like, do you have to be BM to cover the buffs though?
no survival, you can use any pet. Survival. I mean, I don't think. I'm not 100% sure, but I know that with the pets that you have, like you should be able to fill like most of the buffs. BM isn't gonna be good or played until like later on anyway.
Yeah.
So I would be survival and then, you know,
We have all buffs covered. If you see what I've thrown up here, group 3 is the potential additions. We have every buff covered with this comp. So we wouldn't necessarily need a hunter to fill in the gaps.
Yeah,
Cool.
Hunter gives more flexibility though, like, in terms of like group 3, you know what I mean? Like you may not need everyone in group 3.
There's
I don't-
also
Sure,
sorry, I didn't mean
yeah.
to cut you off.
Well, the
Okay.
the ones that you probably would need are Disc Priest and Blood Decay. Right?
So
I mean, Disc
TFT
Priest is like... What's the
going blood DK again. All right.
No. I wasn't gonna say that. I was gonna say, are you definitely balanced, Druid? Because it's like the worst DPS class in the entire game.
Is
Like
it?
literally like trash tier. Yeah.
Is it
and
really that
I've
bad?
never- That's what I heard. I mean,
That's where
not
we
that
get
I
spell
don't care.
haste from.
You play whatever you
Nope.
want, obviously, but I just didn't know if you were like 100% locked in. That's definitely what you want to play, or you were like, there were other options.
What class are we getting spell haste from?
You're getting spell haste
Mhm.
from Balance. You can also get it from Hunter. Could also bring it, or Ellie Sham.
Yeah, dude, I will definitely play balance straight up because I'm like main and balancing right there right now.
All right, yeah. I mean, just be aware that it's like one
Oh
of the
shit, I know.
worst DPS specs. Okay, yeah. I mean, we obviously
fine
would
with
never
that.
come with it.
But
But, like-
the thing is, do we know? I know you guys were talking to like I haven't even like looked into MoP at all. I'm kind of just like going blind. But do we know if they're gonna do end patch or like phase it with normal patches? Because
Yeah,
that's
it's
also
unpatched, I'm pretty sure.
I think it's been end patch the last few expansions.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I would assume end patch. Yeah, I think.
Okay. I
I
just
think.
wanted to make sure.
I don't know if they've clarified or not, but I think it's safe to
Because
assume
that-
end patch. Well, I guess we would know from the beta testers.
Yeah, they said it is end patch. It's basically like they
Okay.
make a new patch after the last patch, and that's what we play on, and they do like bug fixes there and stuff.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're
Cool.
not gonna. There was a lot of broken ass shit in all those patches
Yeah.
from what I've read. And they're
Yeah.
not gonna rebalance.
I know Vengeance was busted early on. Like tanks were just like sitting and standing in fire to like get
Yeah,
more
Brewmaster
vengeance.
was like one-shotting shit.
Yeah, I mean, so group 1 and 2 are people that have signed up, and I really don't care about what's good and what's not. Like if balance is bad, that's fine. I don't care. I know Mistweaver is not the best healer in MoP. I don't care. I'm happy to have Price healing on what he wants to heal on,
Of course. I think
Yeah, the
something
important thing
else
is
to
like picking a
consider-
class that people want to play. So like,
yeah, just pick a
we're not,
class
like,
that you want to
wasting
play.
gear
We'll
and, like,
figure it out.
people are having fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got pumpers. We'll be able to.
Another big thing to consider is the armor types that people are, because that's gonna, like, we don't want to be like destroying all the loot and like have like 3 plate wearers all rolling on the same gear and then no leather wearers, DPS like agi wearers. So that would probably factor in more than like the actual comp aside from buffs. You know what I mean? In my opinion, I guess.
Sure.
Is that when they do they bring out personal loot? Is that like when it is?
I
think it's only for world bosses.
it
only for
it
world
is
bosses.
like yeah, I watched some video about it. Apparently personal loot came out like halfway through MoP. Last I heard, it's kind of unclear what they're planning to do with it.
Yeah. But like, yeah,
But-
if we have like 4 cloth DPS and no like rogue, like that would kind of suck. We'd just be D'ing all the leather agi gear. So I think maybe that might factor into like what I play.
This setup's like decent for armor types. This setup is decent for armor types. The only thing we don't really have is mail, a lot of mail. Golo would be the only one.
That's cool.
Which might actually be
I'm gonna need a
good.
healing set.
Yeah.
He's gonna be flexing anyway, so that might actually be
Otherwise we have
good.
2 plate, 1, 2, 2 leather agi, 2 leather, like 1 leather spell power, 1 leather healing, 2 cloth spellcaster. Yeah, I mean it's pretty good, honestly. I feel like this setup is. I feel like this is a good setup. I mean, look, we have every buff. We have
Yeah,
every
the
buff,
only-
including a bunch of defensives. The only ones we're missing is Resto Shaman, Spirit Link, and Paladin. We don't have a Paladin, which is honestly great. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck
Yeah.
Paladin.
Yeah, fuck paladins.
The only thing I see with that maybe isn't perfectly ideal, but I don't think anything really about it is like completely ideal. It's not a meta comp, but it was the can you scroll back up for a sec?
Yeah.
Just so I could see the I don't know how much of a delay your stream is on. Yeah, that. So we have like 3 melee, I think is a lot for DPS. I think that you tend to want to run more ranged in this expansion from what I've seen. Not that I think that it would matter for us, but it's just something to note, I guess, is that we're like melee heavy, which is definitely against the meta.
Okay.
Also, we're not playing Frost Mage, right? Who's like
Yeah, that's
I think
coffee.
it's
Yeah, I think Frostmage is actually the best spec
Yeah, Frost Mage is really good and super fun from what I've heard.
to start off the expansion, at least.
yeah, but I don't know. We need.
In MoP more range for sure. Okay,
I
good
don't know
to
if
know.
that even changes the buffs that we're bringing. I don't think it does, right? But I think that might.
No, I don't
just
think it. Yeah, I don't. You know what? I actually wouldn't know. I think, let's see, Arcane Brilliance. Yeah. Arcane Brilliance. Yeah. Nope. Mage spec doesn't really matter.
Cool.
So yeah, we're pretty range light, and we have a Boomkin, which I think is not a very good range class from what I've seen. But I mean, we'll make whatever work. It doesn't really matter. We're not going for rank 1 or anything, so
Dude, if
it's just
TRT
something
beats
to
you in
note, I
damage,
guess.
he's gonna absolutely fucking roast your ass.
I'm sure he will, dude. He's a gamer.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. I mean, I guess it comes down to, are we making the, I mean, is there, I guess out of the 6 people that have signed up, this is already suboptimal.
Yeah.
So we're talking about adding more people. These 4 people. Is there a more optimal setup?
Yeah, I don't know if the rogue is gonna bring as much in this comp. Maybe for like, let me look at my tier list that I'm going off of.
The only thing the rogue brings is smoke bomb. That's the only thing that rogue brings that hunter would not. And we have every other buff covered. So we really don't need like the catch-all buff from hunter. However, it would be a ranged DPS.
Yeah, survival hunter is probably a good replacement for the rogue, I would imagine. Just because of how much damage they do. I mean, other S tier DPS, Unholy DK with some melee. Sub rogue, Destro Lock, we already have. Feral Drew's really good, but that's a melee. Ellie is good. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think that this comp would work fine though for us.
Yeah. Cool. Cool. Well, I guess this is loosely what we could go off of then. I mean, is there any, does anyone else care about 25 man, or do we just keep it 10 man?
I would vote to do 10 man at the start just because it's going to be so easy. Like, so much easier to actually get in there, like, day 1, set up, and, like, I don't know, maybe,
Yeah.
like, grow off of that if we want to.
Yeah,
But
that would be my vote. Is like, I think we're starting on a new server. You know, we haven't been playing Kata, so I think recruiting will be a little more difficult potentially. At least recruiting quality, and then maybe we take a vote and expand to 25 in phase 2.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I like that. That seems fair. Another potential, we could take out Blood DK and Arms Warrior and put in a Prot Warrior. And then we're missing the 4% physical damage. So we could put in a Hunter. That's another kind of setup we could do.
That's pretty good. I like that. Does Warrior still have does Prot Warrior have the banners and shit? That's a baseline ability?
Yes. All warriors have the banners. The only thing we're missing out on there is anti-magic zone. So we are losing a cooldown. But
Yeah.
you know, it's not the end of the world. We're also losing the 4% physical damage, but then if we bring a hunter, then we're good.
Yeah, which, you know, like I said, I would definitely be open to Hunter or Lock or Rogue. I'll play any of these, so it's kind of like best player available type situation, I guess, with those when we start actively like recruiting.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I feel like I'm at an NFL combine. BPA,
Yeah.
best player available. Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with either of these setups. Prot and Survival or Blood DK and Arms Warrior.
That's cool. I like it. Can you like save this so we have a reference?
Yeah. Let me post it in the general chat in the Discord. Does that work? Yeah, that works. Cool.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. I think this is our comp then. Some variation of this.
Yeah, I like it. Looks good, man.
Cool. Raid comp. Check. Okay, so recruiting. So I want to get out a recruiting message then. I think it would be helpful to workshop something. To workshop both an advertisement on the Pagle Discord and then something Soltech, if you're comfortable taking on the majority of recruiting, that would be amazing.
Yeah, of course. I don't mind.
Hell yeah. And I don't mind helping out. Of
Yeah,
course.
I'm happy to spam, you know, like
yes, I will
and grab people.
Absolutely spam. And I'm happy to spam and even like have you vet them, so to speak. Like, so you're like the guy.
For sure. Yeah, no, I'm definitely down for that. Just from like the last expansion, I definitely found way higher quality of players on the Discords and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think that I recruited one person from trade unless it was like somebody called out that night and we like can't find them. But even on the Discord for Fairlena, there was so many people like posting like, hey, looking for raid tonight. And even those players I felt like were a lot better. If you're gonna take the time to like join a Discord and like actively search for a guild and write a fucking, you know, application, like preset application that they had set up,
Mhm.
like you're probably a little more serious. So yeah, I mean, everybody kind of having like access to that Pagle Discord would probably be a good idea if you wanted to like participate in the recruiting process
Yeah.
or whatever. But mostly I'm gonna be on there. Like that's like
Cool.
posting. I still have the Think emblem that I can attach that somebody made.
Okay, awesome.
Post a little picture or whatever with like our guild logo.
Oh yeah, I don't even know where that exists on my computer anymore. I'll find it though. You know, it came from some architect firm.
It's my background, dude. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, here it is right here. Hey.
I'm committed, dude.
It came from some architect firm in like, I don't know, Boston or Austin, I don't know. And it was like the company name was Think. And I was like, cool logo, I'm stealing that. Like straight
Yeah,
up.
dude.
Yeah. Anyway. Hopefully there's no cease and desist letter coming. If there is, whatever. Then we'll stop using it.
So what do you want the timeline to be on the recruiting? I feel like it's a little premature to do it now. I mean, it's gonna be hard to like be like, yeah, we're this super serious guild and we're ready to go, but we'll like
But nobody's
we're
online.
gonna be on, yeah, we're gonna be on in like 2 months, like when the pre-patch drops, like occasionally
Yeah.
fucking around. You know what I
Right.
mean? I think it might have to be a little closer to actually like get people that are gonna be there.
Yeah, I
You know,
think we need to be
shit
ready
happens.
for pre-patch and really start in pre-patch, because then like everyone that's leveling will be on consistently. Like, I think that makes sense.
Yeah. Or like when pre-patch is announced at the earliest.
Yeah.
I can set up on the Pagle Discord and do all that shit like tomorrow or whatever, and kind of look around on there, see if there's actually people like looking. But I don't know about like
Yeah.
obviously through trade or anything like that, trying to like find people. It just doesn't. It seems a little counterproductive. But there might be people on there like that want to get ahead, and they're probably pretty serious. So
Yeah, that is one advantage of potentially recruiting now, is that you do get people that are thinking ahead. People that, I mean, I was in a guild in Classic that like we had 40 people in the guild 6 months before Classic released. And we were just like in a Discord and like shooting the shit. And it ended up being a pretty good guild. But I guess my point is they could go to the Discord, like even though we're not active in game yet, like they can always come in the Discord.
yeah, and like be a part of the conversation and the talks and stuff that we're having.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. But yeah, all that to say, no need to troll trade chat. Like, but if you do want to start keeping your eyes peeled in the Pagle Discord for people looking for a guild, I say, why not? Now is as good a time as any, I suppose. And then
that makes sense.
bring them to the Discord, and say,
I'll get it set up.
say that we're not really getting started until we transferred, all that good stuff.
Yeah, we have solid
Oh,
logs
what's
and
up, Peaches?
stuff from, I mean, it's a couple raids ago, but a lot of the same people are in there, so that's a good thing. It's like, hey, dude, same core's coming back, we're going again, like semi-serious, whatever.
Yeah.
I think that would work. We had nothing to go from except for like sod, speed run logs,
Yeah.
and we still found like good players. So it took a lot of work
True.
initially, but once we had like, we were also trying to recruit for 25-man team at the beginning, which was a fucking nightmare. I remember that being like really stressful because
True.
half the people only wanted to play sod and they were like testing it out, testing kata out, but like optimistic, and then like half of the people realized that they didn't actually want to do that, so then they just weren't around anymore, and we had to like try and fill 11 more spots like the next day. It was just a shit show, dude. Like
That was a
that's
shit
kind of
show.
why I'm
I remember
kind of
that.
pushing for the 10-man because of that reason. Like keeping tabs on fucking 25 people is like a full-time job, and I don't think anybody has the time to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I'm totally cool with that. I think Golo had a good idea too. We start with 10-man, and then if enough of the guild wants to convert to 25-man, we can see what that looks like.
Yeah,
or maybe merge with another guild, which I hate. I hate merging with another guild. So I don't know. Probably not.
No, I think
actually.
if people want to do 25, like if it's like a pretty consistent majority, like we can get some more officers in, like
True.
Get more assistance. Like it would have to be like commensurate with like additional effort, like as well.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. When are we going to be raiding? Do we want to do a Tuesday, Wednesday thing?
My only question on that is, are raids releasing on Thursdays again? Because that was always a fucking nightmare. Having to switch to Thursday for launch weeks.
Yeah, true. I don't know. Probably. It seems like all the new raids on the Anniversary Realms have been coming out on Thursdays.
Yeah, so I'm kind of tempted to have Thursday at least be a raid day, like a Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah.
Just so that we don't have to completely shift the schedule for everyone.
Yeah.
Over days. Before we move on from the recruiting thing, it seems like we're kind of about to change gears.
Sure.
One thing that I just remembered is are we doing any kind of bench or anything like that? We didn't really have that. I don't know how we would implement that to make it like fair. It's kind of hard to find players that are down with that, but it's like either people are going to call out like the day of the raid, sometimes not even say anything, and then it's like we're on the Discord looking for replacements. There's 9 other people waiting. I don't know if I'm for or against a bench, but I think it's something that maybe we should talk about.
How did that go? How did it go with you guys when you were doing 10-man in Cataclysm? Were there, I mean, people are always going to call out. How often was it, and how was it finding people? What'd you do?
I don't know, Golo, I don't even really remember that much. I feel like it's been a while ago, but I do remember being on the Discord a lot, messaging a shitload of people trying to find replacements. I mean, if it's only
Yeah.
one person, it's usually fine. You can get somebody, but who you're getting is, whatever. We're progressing hardcore, or I mean, heroic bosses and shit. Like, if you're not doing that, then you're kind of useless. Like,
Yeah.
trying to learn a fight and not, you know,
Yeah,
taking
especially with
whatever you
10-man,
can
right?
get,
It's probably a little harder. I mean, it's probably a lot easier in 25-man. Even if you get like 2
Carry
people
one
calling
guy,
out in
yeah.
25-man, it's like, yeah, whatever. Just like be a body. And like the 23-man core can pretty much carry it. But 10-man, you have one person call out who had responsibilities, like big
Yeah.
responsibilities. It's harder to, yeah. That is definitely one disadvantage of 10-man. But honestly, I don't, and I'm not saying we should go 25-man. I'm just saying that's one of the disadvantages that we're going to have to deal with. But Golo, do you remember what you did with 10-man in Kata?
Yeah, like log on an hour before raid and always look for someone, like every week.
Every week? Oh my
It
gosh.
felt like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's one thing that like I do think some amount of trade chat spam is for socials will be helpful. Like just
Yeah.
having people available, even if they're not like rating every week. I think it'll be hard to maintain like an official bench with a 10-man team.
Yeah.
Because it's purely like, if you lose out on a week, I don't know, it feels worse, I think, in 10-man.
It's also hard
That's actually a really good point.
It's also hard with loot.
Yeah.
Right? What did you guys do with loot when you had a pug join?
They just rolled.
Swap. Well, depending on like if we could get them enough time in advance, we could get them to fill out a TMB list, but then we wouldn't be able to do any loot council. It was basically just TMB and rolls.
Got it.
Yeah. So that kind of solves the problem, to be honest. Like what Golo is saying, just recruiting more casual players just to be in the guild.
Yeah.
Like they will probably come raid if they're online and we need somebody. I mean, obviously they're not, whatever. We're not expecting them to be the best, but at least they're in the guild. And I'm going to be like running a shitload of dungeons and doing other stuff. You know what I mean? Like having other people in the guild that maybe aren't looking to specifically raid or more like a social role
Yeah.
would be like chill, like that would be cool. I would still play with them and stuff,
Oh, for sure.
obviously.
Yeah, I think we definitely like from a like a role naming perspective, I think we use social and cat. I think that's probably a mistake. Like I think if we just like use member and raider or something like to that effect, like people will feel like they're not just like I don't know, just sitting around,
Did social, you think social has like the connotation that they're just like a piece of shit?
One more point on the recruiting thing. I know that I keep going back to this, but I feel like it's
No,
kind
you're
of
fine.
a big thing. One thing I definitely remember is it kind of ties into raid leading prep and recruiting. I remember we recruited a shitload of players, a lot like good players at the beginning when we were trying to like figure shit out.
Yeah.
and like the raid leading and the prepping wasn't there, so those good players left immediately, and that happened multiple times. Like we weren't ready
Yeah.
to take on that like role, and they were looking for what I was telling them was I was like, yeah, dude, we're fucking top 10 speedrun guild, like what I like kind of bullshitting, but like not because I knew that like everybody was gamers, but I was definitely like embellishing on how
Yeah.
good and how like prepared we are. The reality of the situation was we're a new guild, and we have good players, but we're just like figuring this shit out. So I mean, I think having the prep and like the raid leading calls, like kind of a good idea of what we're doing, is going to be super beneficial to actually keeping good players like when they join. That was it.
Yeah, absolutely. Does anyone have experience with MoP?
Not really.
I don't. It's brand new for me,
Yeah, same.
which is fine. I think it's more of anybody can learn like what the mechanics of the fight are and look at a spreadsheet. Like that's not the issue. It's more of like the roles being there, the roles like being in place, and like having somebody that's gonna call for raid cooldowns or whatever,
Oh, for sure.
and
Yeah,
like
yeah.
like having a confident raid leader that's gonna be
Yeah.
open to suggestion preferably, but that's a different story.
Wait, say that again.
I said that's gonna be open to suggestion and stuff, but that's like a
Yeah.
different story.
Yeah.
Well, also like if the plan, I mean, the reason why we had that issue is because the person that was supposed to be in charge of raid leading was not at all prepared.
I remember that. That was
Right.
ridiculous.
Yeah. So I think
Right.
if we go in even with the same level
The
of
person that
preparation
said they
we
were going to
had,
do it didn't do any
yeah,
prep.
exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
I
were just
remember
I remember
rocking
that.
up.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a huge issue. We definitely lost people, including him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You wanna know what's funny though is he joined like some other guild. Dude, we were like so much better than the guild that they joined. Like we were progressing way faster, and like I mean, to be honest, I think everybody
They
who
wanted to
left,
do
like,
25 man, right? They wanted to do 25 man. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like it kind of came, yeah, I remember that discussion when we were like, this isn't working out for anybody. And they're like, well, I want to join 25 men anyway, and you guys are going to 10 men, and we're like, okay, great.
Yeah.
Have a good evening, sir.
I'm open to playing a part in that, whatever my role may be in that. Like, I don't want to do like all of it. Obviously, I just don't have the time, but I will definitely do my part in like helping out, whether I'm calling like range cooldown movements, or like stacking and then hypers calling like tank cooldowns and shit. I don't think that I'm gonna be able to do like pay
Yeah.
attention to what the tanks are supposed to be doing, and also like I'm not that good at raid leading, so.
Well, I'm 100% going to be calling the raid from when we get on the Discord call to at least in between fights, like keeping things moving, saying when we're going to pull, stuff like that. Shot calling in the fight is not something that I feel comfortable handling exclusively, especially jumping on a brewmaster, which is going to be a challenge, but I think I'll have it down. After I level and get pre-bis, I'm not really that concerned about it. It's still going to be an involved rotation though. So I don't really feel comfortable calling everything, especially ranged. I feel like ranged DPS usually is the better shot caller because they have a good view of the fight.
Yeah.
So whether that's you, whether that's TRT, Bleezy, which you guys have mentioned, that's totally cool with me too. You know what I mean? I'm totally cool with anyone who wants to participate in the shot calling. And frankly, I think the more people willing to do it, the better off we're going to be, as long as we don't talk over each other.
Yeah, for sure.
When it does come to like strategies of fights, that's going to be something that we're going to announce to the guild beforehand and ask for feedback on. And
yeah, I like that idea.
And like, I mean, and I think we did that in Kata too, if I recall. Like all of it was like out in the guild.
No one reads that shit, unfortunately, is the reality.
And that's fine. That's fine. That if, of course they don't, and that's fine. I totally get that, but I still want to put it out there. And if no one reads it, that's fine. The point I'm making is it's kind of like you know, it's just in case someone's like, well, why don't we do this instead? It's like, okay, did you read the fight strategy that we had? Why we did it? Why we're doing it this way? I don't mind changing a strategy on the fly if it's clear that's like it's not working for our comp. But if it's something where like we just need to get in the reps, which is I think mostly going to be the barrier, the obstacles for us. It's just going to be learning our new classes. If people are on a new class, getting in the reps, learning the fights, you're going to have to wipe 10, 15, 20 times plus to like get some of these fights down.
Yeah.
So that's just one thing that's going to like get on my nerves is if we have a bunch of people that are like, why don't we try this new strategy? It's like, why didn't you bring that up in Discord like a day ago, at least like a day ago? And then we could have like put that as an alternate strategy or something like that. But
one thing, sorry, go ahead, Gola.
No, go ahead.
I thought Gola had something to say. One thing I think that we started to kind of utilize but underutilized is the method raid tools. I definitely think that we should use that. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but you can literally draw pictures like live in the game with the visual note. Like we're going here, you can move here, and you could literally like draw everything plus the notes. You can just keep it.
Yeah.
Which we did use that portion of it, but there's a lot more that you could do with method raid tools.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, like get a general idea of assignments and stuff before we're in the raid. That's going to be on like a spreadsheet or something like that. And then, but when we're in there and we need to explain something, everybody can just open it and see exactly what's happening. Like that's pretty valuable to me, I guess. I don't think we really used it very much.
No, for sure. If we are doing any kind of drawing or whatever for strat, like we should just do it in MRT, like, and that way we don't have to duplicate the work. We can just take a screenshot of it if we need to.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea actually too. Like you can save the drawings and just literally put the class icons where you want it. And then the notes are gonna have the raid cooldowns anyway, so you don't even really have to do that.
Yeah, I like that. I think it's a good idea to use MRT and any other tools that are available to us. I used MRT with you guys in Kata. I was like the one doing all the fights in there. I was like listing in the notes who had what the defensive cooldowns were.
Yeah.
But I wasn't calling them out. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. So recruiting, it's very important that we do have our prep done and that our calls, that our calls are as clean as they can be. I mean, it's at the end of the day, we're going to do our best and we're going to hope that whoever, we're going to get the raid prep done, and whoever wants the shot call during the fight, whoever's capable of shot calling during the fight, hopefully they're prepped as well. And we just do our best. It's not going to, we're kind of a new team, even though we have like some previous people. It's a new raids that, as far as I know, people don't really have experience with. So it's going to take time. And like, if people are thrown off by like a week one, getting shaken off the cobwebs, then, farewell.
Yep.
Take it easy.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, there's not much we can do. We have to find people with some patience as well. We have to do the best we can, and we have to find people who are patient.
I think the problem was less about that, like we sucked, and more about like the raid wasn't fun for like. I mean, I could see it too.
Yeah.
Like the environment wasn't like fun to be at a lot of times, even for me, and I'm like,
yeah,
like involved in it. You know what I mean? that is a lot of the raid leading. It wasn't that we were like fucking up mechanics and kept wiping to the same thing. Like we were pretty good on that. We figured out the fights quickly, but it was just like the way that it was the messages were maybe being. That's how I saw it, at least. I don't know. Maybe I have a different opinion. I'm a little biased.
Yeah, I got pwned.
I didn't really get along with the raid leader that well, but
You can tell
yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Well, I handle things a little differently than they did, so.
Yeah, no, I know. Bleezy, I didn't know that you were in here. What are your thoughts while we're talking about this? Because you were mentioned, like, I know that you kind of naturally like want to call stuff. Is there any like, would you want to be involved in anything like that, or are you just trying to press buttons?
Yeah, I
and
mean,
fucking kill?
I don't mind. I mean, what I can do too, as well, is like obviously a bunch of my friends are still like they're doing race, like the MoP world first bullshit again. So like I can like steal strats, and obviously it's gear for 25 man and stuff. But yes, I can call shots. As you noticed, I like doing that last time.
That's
Yeah,
great.
I mean, just having that option available, you know, if none of us are like really wanting to step up or it's not working, like having somebody else that maybe is more comfortable doing that, whatever, it would be
It is
a good
perfectly
option
fine.
to have.
I have
Yeah.
to call my shots in my mythic dungeons. I think I'll be okay with doing it in for a 10 man.
Yeah.
20
sure.
different stops.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, that would be super helpful. Yeah, and then I would I would just be the one like in between the fights and everything, you know, keeping the raid moving, pull timers, stuff like that. Yeah. So I think having more than one person involved in more than one voice involved is going to be really helpful.
Yeah.
Well,
And
plus,
we'll
I
figure
think
this shit out. Yeah.
I think as long if the strategies are strong, right? Like, I think we actually, you know, for as much friction as there was at times, like we actually did have like, you know, Coffee's more than willing to say like, hey, you know, like this isn't working and here's why. Like, I think we had a pretty mature group in that sense of like people are willing to like step up if they see something and like, you know,
Yeah.
so I'm not super worried about the shot calling really, like, but it's contingent upon the strategy being solid ahead of time. If it's not, then that's when there'll be a problem of like, yeah, like the what why don't we try this random thing? You know, like it's just like that's what we want to avoid ideally.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean not without, I mean, I don't want people to be afraid to speak up, but yeah, I mean, essentially I don't want people that are not prepped being like, why don't we try this completely different fucking strategy? that
to your point, sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're
talking
good.
about MRT. Pretty sure there's like, I mean, I don't know if you guys incorporated it or not, but I mean, we could even be as lazy as possible. Or I mean, we can build in if it's like a Kaze weak auras where like literally it signs like once we make our assignment up, like we don't even really even have to call it out where it's just like Golo.
Oh yeah.
We can let it, so it's like on his screen, it's going to be like DSAC and 3, 2, 1 for whatever on that person's screen, etc. like that. So like when we build the plans and stuff like that, we can be like very. It just comes down to like our strat of like how we're going to run it, and then we can just improvise onto it, and then it's holding that person responsible because then we'll be able to see in the sequence of like step 1, 2, and 3. It's like, hey Golo, you missed your SLT. Like what the heck's going on? Like, and that's pretty easy to understand versus. But also like shot calling is needed. But I'm just saying we can implement that as well. I'm pretty good with weak auras.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. Honestly, I've seen a lot of I've seen a lot of success from people doing that. I think that helps everyone.
Yes.
When we have something like that. Did you guys ever implement that in Kata?
No, we never used it.
Never did. Okay, cool. But yeah, I think that would be incredibly helpful.
Yeah, just the one other point I wanted to make on kind of what TRT was saying. Like the shot, we're putting a lot of emphasis on like shot calling and like raid leading and all this stuff. Really, that's just for like the first few weeks of progression, and then ideally, just like with anything, like comms are less needed as you go on. Maybe raid cooldowns, but after you see the fights for the first 1 or 2 times, like I expect the people to kind of have an idea of at least movement and cooldown usage, like when you're using it,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Like not the ideal situation would be that nobody talks ever, right? That would be, and you just kill the bosses and it's easy. So eventually we get to that point. It's just like the progress part of it that really requires like us to be at least able to lead, and get our strat across, if you will.
The ideal situation is everyone's talking shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. That's the
Yeah,
ideal
Mike Bolo, why
situation.
am I beating you as Bimkin?
Yeah, exactly.
Also, I didn't drop SLT because I'm fucking enhancement TRT. Fuck off.
I know. All I'm asking is if I go Bim, can I get PI? Thank you.
Fuck.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. So that was kind of an offshoot of recruiting, and then we kind of just got into the fight prep shot calling duties, which is quite important as well. I think weak auras, like, to sum it up a little bit here, I think weak auras would be amazing. If Bleezy's comfortable shot calling in addition to those, especially as we start off, that would be awesome. I'm going to be doing the like raid management type of calling, like pull timers, putting down a feast or whatever, that kind of shit. And then once we get in the fight, mixing it all around, having Bleezy do shot caller. Maybe I, mention some things for a tank, or, hey, I'm using this cooldown. Soul Tech maybe jumping in there. It's totally fine. And having, I think having those duties, or having that infrastructure built in advance to recruiting is going to be helpful. However, at the end of the day, new recruits are going to have patience. And if they don't, then we'll find someone else.
For sure.
However, keeping on with fight prep, though, I think it will be useful to have one person. I mean, it could be a couple of people, but I think it would be really useful to have one person, and this could be me, this could be Golo, like really actually doing some research on like the first tier at least, and like seeing what's out there and like what strategies people take. I know Bleezy said you're in World First Guild, which is sweet. But I don't know if there's going to be enough turnaround time like for us to completely utilize that.
No, they're already PTRing right now.
Oh, are they? Okay. Well then,
they've
great.
been on P server for like ever. So.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. That makes sense. Well then, yeah. If you're able to get that information to us, then that would be super helpful.
100%. Like I said, it's going to be designed for 25 man, etc. Because that's the only thing I'm going to be confused about is technically last phase of MoP is Mythic 20. So it's like,
Right.
are they going to do that, or? But that also because that
different.
becomes into, but that also led into pre-patch for what's it called?
Warlords. Yeah.
So it's like, are they going to do that? If not, I don't know. But I know my buddies guild, they're all going for 25 men currently right now. So that's what they're expecting.
Yeah, I mean, my extent of research is usually just like YouTube videos. So I can, like, if there's a strat that I find or whatever that, seems easy or whatever, like, just post it in the Discord so the other people can watch, and, we can kind of be like, all right, we'll try this strat. We have a backup strat maybe if it doesn't work. I mean, this is really only for like progression, right? We'll figure out what works eventually. But yeah, I just watched like, I don't know, popular YouTube videos. I'll probably watch like I already have been like those guys that created videos like 12 years ago. I don't know how much I should really like, pay attention to that, because I feel like people are just better and the strats have evolved from all the private servers and shit. There's probably better ways to do it than what they know. So I don't know. The world first videos might be helpful for like newer strats.
So the one thing I would say, you can at least get an ideology on that, but because of like the P servers and stuff, it's a completely different game. Like if you actually and because we're in end patch, a lot of that stuff is irrelevant right now.
Yeah.
Because of the fact is, if we're gonna play end patch, it's gonna be like you want a warlock in the raid. I don't know if do you have the warlock at all? We need it.
I
Like
mean,
you
potentially you. I said
I
I
mean,
was
yeah, I
open
can
to
go
playing
warlock.
hunter
I
or
mean,
rogue.
but we need a warlock. Like literally, it's the class. Like it does for some reason. It just scales. I forget. I think it's affliction or a demo, either one of them. But they become like literally every
Yeah,
class step.
Affliction, I
but
think.
they're all really good, but affliction scales like insane. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, to be honest, you on a lock, like that would probably be the best. I'm not a pro lock player, and you know, you're a good player.
I have no
So
clue how to play lock, but I'll figure it out.
I would rather you play lock than boomy. I'll just put it that way.
Well,
I'd rather you
just
play what
because
you
I'm
wanna
good
play.
at boomkin in retail doesn't mean I'm good at. I can't own and. Nah, okay.
No, I don't care,
Like if
man.
you're
Play
like, oh,
play
you
play
know,
Boomkin. It's all
I'll play, you know, lock or whatever.
everything
or
I've seen about
boomy.
MoP is that everyone is so close together. Someone always has to be on top, but from what I've seen, everyone is really close to one another. Like all the specs are really close to one another. I don't know, that could be way off. But that's I feel like that's what I've seen. So like for me, I think it's more about the player than the spec.
I think there's a couple, not to, you know,
No, warlock is
negate
just
that,
S
but
tier.
there's
Yeah.
a couple classes that are the worst classes that they've ever been, like the spec has ever been. It's like Fire Mage and Boomkin are like
Oh
the
my God.
worst that the spec has ever been.
Just because I am a good boomkin in retail, you shit me? Just let me play with it. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, it's whatever. I mean, we can workshop whatever we need for the raid comp. I mean, we still have time, so like none of this is set in stone. So just think about it. Whatever you guys want to do is fine.
Because when does the game come out anyway? Like summer?
My guess is June pre-patch, July release.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I like that.
That's my guess
Hopefully that's
because
the
of
case.
like the content schedule that Blizzard's put forth. I think that's why they put out Zul'Gurub early on the anniversary realms, is because they want to prepare. They want to give Panda space. So I'm assuming the anniversary realms are going to be in Zul'Gurub BWL for like 6 months, and then they're going to put out AQ like a month after Panda, maybe. That's my best guess. So I think the sooner that Panda comes out, you know, then they can keep going with their content schedule.
That would be sweet, man. That's not too far away.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm hoping for. I have nothing to base that off of except for the content schedule that I'm just guessing around, and I know that Blizzard wants to keep people subbed. So just based on that information, that's my guess.
Now the real question, completely off topic: who's gonna raid lead the Legion remix?
I'm pretty experienced with Legion, dude. I'll do it.
I'll see you then.
Yeah, I just heard about that.
That was my favorite
Legion
stream.
remix. Did you guys play the MoP remix?
I didn't.
No, I didn't, but I heard it was like really good. Besides, it was like busted with
Yeah,
they made like capes or whatnot. But at least it shows that there's gonna be.
that's what I heard too.
It basically what I think it is them testing to see how well like the community likes it to make it into another classic version.
Totally. I think we're
I
gonna
hope
get
they
Legion.
skip WoD. I hope they skip WoD, dude. I don't know. Like, I don't think that they would do that just on a corporate level. Like, that's their IP, right?
I don't think
But
they're gonna skip WoD. Plus,
like the private servers skipped WoD. You know, like Tori, they went straight to Legion because they know that it was trash, and
I
that
heard
Legion was really fucking fun.
WoD raids were actually pretty good.
Yeah, the raids were actually
The raids,
really fun.
yeah, I think the raids were cool, but I just think it was everything else attached to it.
People hated garrisons.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're getting it around this time. They got real player house.
Yeah, right, exactly. Wait, yeah, when is that coming out? Player housing? Sometime in the War Within, right?
Probably August, September.
Oh wow.
Or like the new, because they're expediting these seasons pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think Panda's going to come out pretty soon. I really do. Hopefully in the next few weeks, honestly. That's what I would like. But we'll see.
Yeah, what I'll do is like put me down for Boomkin. I already have a druid. But also I'll do like what I'll just do is just what is it? If they do a sale, what they'll probably do, I'll just boost a lock on that server.
Yeah.
Like because they get like what a level 80, right?
Well, we're also
No, you get 85.
we're also gonna in pre-patch. We're probably gonna level Funkas's monk. So you're
Mhm.
welcome to join like a dungeon group with us.
Dude, I'll be on it. Oh, I just died to a frontal. No, I am not leveling. No, I'm sorry.
I know.
I'm okay.
Do monks start at 1?
The dungeon grinding does kind of suck,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Holy.
Yes.
Yeah,
That-
dude, I'm still doing that on my rogue, and it sucks. I went from my rogue was 70, so I went from BC to Kata, and I'm 84 right now. And dude, the Kata dungeon grind, I'm so fucking sick of it.
Dude, do
Yeah.
you not have any gold? You just pay like one of those guys in Deep Home and just AFK.
Nah, fuck
It's
that.
done in like 8 hours.
Oh, really?
know about
I
it.
don't know about
Yeah.
this.
Because they have Joyous Journey out, right? Still?
I don't
No.
think Joy's Journey is current. No.
No, it's not.
Oh, so it's gone now. So you can do that, or when Joyous Journey is out, you would do that, or you would go and buy like a boost from someone and they would do, what the heck is it? What's that one out, like not Alakir, but like I don't even know. Where can you get
Vortex
that mount?
Pinnacle?
Vortex Pinnacle, yeah, you would just have some guy like pull everything and you'd follow him and just AFK and
Oh, yeah. Just buy a new account, bro.
there you go.
You know what?
True.
Don't pussyfoot around it. Just go to g2g.com and buy a level 85.
Dude, I've done that before for Classic, and my account got banned within 1 day of
Yep.
owning it because the account
Same.
that I had was a level 60 Alliance Hunter on Night Slayer, and it had probably the same amount of time this Classic Anniversary servers were up.
Oh my
Late-
gosh.
late enough.
Hopefully there's no Blizzard devs watching your stream, but if you do need gold, I do know a guy that's not like
Yeah.
sketchy like that. So
Yeah, even if they
For
are watching
anybody
my
who
stream,
cares.
I don't think they're concerned about the issue, so it doesn't really matter.
I don't know, man. Didn't you see my good friend Greek Warrior? He got pwned.
Did
He
he?
got all his accounts banned on Classic because he made the best video ever. He literally, because the buy a flask in Classic
What did he
Anniversary was
do?
like, he literally put up cheese on the auction house and made a video saying, "This is how, because Blizzard banned GDKPs, this is how I have to play my favorite version of the game," and him purchasing gold live on a video.
Oh.
And then they permabanned every single account he owned, not just one, but all of them.
Oh
Are
my
GDKPs actually
gosh.
banned? Like still? Like that's in the TOS?
They're banned in Classic Anniversary era, or not just Classic Anniversary and all that stuff in SOD.
Yeah.
So not Kata, or is Kata?
No, they're
part
not
of it?
banned in Kata.
That's so weird, dude.
Yeah, I know,
Why?
isn't it? I know.
Because
I mean, I don't
apparently
really
they
care,
think
but-
that there's, I don't know. Apparently they said that they want they listen to their community. It made SOD not fun.
Yeah.
But then they let Classic Era still have it, which has a huge community. And then Anniversary
weird.
does not. It's illegal on Anniversary.
It's for
Phase
the
3 SOD made SOD not fun, not the fucking GDKPs.
it's for the integrity of the game, the social structure. It's to preserve the social structure of the game.
True.
Because I guess GDKP people were very mean to each other, and there was no
Yeah.
community there. I actually never did a GDKP. I've never ever done one, but I fully support
honestly
them,
the
and I
best.
hate that they're gone.
They were literally the best. I ran
Yeah,
I ran 5-6 ICCs a week of my own.
I tried to get a pug group going on Doomhell. I had a 60 warrior. I wanted to get like a pug raid. If GDKPs would have been allowed, that would have been no problem recruiting people.
Did you never do that run, Hyper?
I never did it. There was I ended up getting 40 to 45 people in the Discord. I recruited specifically for Monday night. I know Monday night's not a great raid time, but the idea is that you're catching people who couldn't make the raid of the week prior. So like, I feel like Monday night's not a bad time for pug. Anyway, I recruited on Monday night, and then when it came time to be like, okay, time to sign up, Monday is the sign up, and people are like, Monday? I can't do Monday. And I'm like, all right, fuck this, dude.
Yeah, that sucks.
And there ended up being like 10 people that could actually raid out of the 40
Is
that
your
joined.
character still alive?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, my Jude's still alive. I was trying to raid with the
Yep.
guild that I was in, and they just like weren't down because I was a feral druid, and I was like, dude, feral druid in phase 1 is literally better than like all the classes, bro. It's like one of the top melee DPS because you have all of your power spikes. You know, like
Yeah.
the energy gaining power spikes.
And
And they, like,
hunters, dude.
wouldn't
Hunters
say-
in phase 1 slap too.
Yeah, they like wouldn't bring me to raid because fucking I'm a feral and I was the only one, and they brought like 10 warriors. I'm like, dude, what the fuck?
I was thinking about trying to get into a raid in this like lull period while I'm waiting for Miss Pandari to come out. Could be fun to do on stream, like a hardcore raid. I don't really care if the character lives or dies. So yeah. And if it dies, then I'll just go to Dream Scythe and I don't know. I'll do nothing because Dream Scythe is whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. Dream Scythe is fine, I guess, if that's what you want to do. Anyway. There's one more topic I wanted to talk about, and that's loot. The loot, which we discussed a little bit in the Discord. Which is basically like use That's My Abyss for input and then LC. And then LC from there.
I like that. I mean, I think it worked well. Were you around for like when we were doing it? Do you remember like how that went? Because I could explain like kind of the gist of it if you weren't there for how we were doing it.
Yeah, go ahead and explain it to me, please.
So Golo would probably know more, but the general thing was everybody fills out a That's My Best list, which pretty much you just select all the items that are the best for your class. Best items, everything that's super good. If you have 2 people that have the same item, they just it gets loot counseled between those 2 people. If you don't have the item, they're not on your list. You're not even considered for the item unless the other people don't want it for some reason. So that kind of like narrowed it down to like people have to know what they want going into the raid and like what the best items are. So they have to do a little research on their own time and then pretty much just loot counsel off of that. If we had like pugs and shit, like I'm pretty sure that everybody rolled for the item that wanted it, and then if the pug won, they just got the item off of a roll.
Yeah, you basically like for Gargle, like in order to use that, you have to roll, but like for the purposes of a standard raid, it would just be to show like, hey, yeah, this is on my best list. That is indicated to us, but it's like, oh yeah, I do want this item, and then we can just it very easily shifts. Like if we do have to pug, like it's just very easy for us to like just switch it to rolls as well.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, the BIS list is there. You know, the item drops. 2 people have it. They roll just to show that it's on their list and they want it. The numbers mean nothing, and then the officer chat in guild, whatever, the 3 of us or whoever's in that, if there's dedicated, you know, another person to helping that's like not an officer. I think we did that, which was like, to be fair, which we are anyway, but I think we had somebody who was just a raider in the loot council officer chat. I think maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, we
to
had
assist with the loot council.
Yeah, we did have some non-officers in loot council, to obviously not show, but I think that was kind of more of a 25-man concept, to be honest. Like, I think probably, like, I think having officers only is fine, and also like, loot was really never a problem for us.
Did you guys have people prioritize on That's My Abyss and use that information?
So, I mean, honestly, like most of them were just copying and pasting the BIS list into TMB, which is nice. Like it's that
Cool.
easy, but like
Yeah.
there wasn't a ton of like multiple asks.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, even just like copying and pasting the BIS list, like that's not a whole lot of work for people to do. Like, go to your class Discord, find your BIS list for the phase and paste it in.
Yeah. So I mean, Golo kind of handled that whole thing. I don't know if he was down to do a similar thing for MoP. It would be sick.
Yeah, I can do it again.
Cool.
But yeah, I mean, what other loot rules are people doing? Like, we tried RC Loot Council, it was kind of shitty, and the interface was stupid, and it was like slowing down the raid. There's like EPGP, which I've used before, which I
Fuck
feel like
that,
is
dude.
just extra steps, and
We're
yeah,
not using
sucks.
EPGP, dude.
I mean, what is like a better system than just doing
Loot Council
like,
is the best system.
yeah.
Loot Council is hands down the best system for an established guild. Honestly,
I think SR is the only other thing that people use. But like TMB is, in my opinion, just better than SR.
I mean, I feel like SR is chill. Like, it's kind of like casual, but I mean, it does prevent people from getting 10 items in a run, and it, whatever. I mean, it's very like kind of don't think about it type loot system, which I don't know, for some people might be better. I'm not against SR. That would probably be my second choice if, like 2 SR max, max 2 items per raid. It gets a little fucky if, you win like 2 item, like everybody gets 2 items, like there's more loot to go around, then you have to do something.
to be honest, I think we should just do what we did last time with That's My BIS and then Loot Council. The only thing I would add is potentially exploring the priority system as the tiebreaker. And then people can rightfully prioritize what they want first. Like, oh, I want the tier set first. Okay, we'll put 3 tier pieces at number 1. Or I want this like heroic trinket from the last boss first. So they put that number 1. That's the only thing I would add. That's the only thing that I would say maybe change. Which would be more work on the guild and less work for us also. And then if the priorities are the same, then you say, okay, well, who do we give it to? Should be pretty easy.
Is there a limit to that? Like, I'm not familiar with this system. Is there a limit to how many items you can put? Because why wouldn't you just put like all of the best items on the prio system if the other person doesn't do that? Then, like, I'm talking about weapons and trinkets pretty much.
You have to rank. Yeah. So what you do is you put your whole BIS list into That's My BIS, and then you rank it.
Oh.
So if the weapon's more important than the trinket, then you put the weapon number 1. Then okay, that guy gets the weapon first.
I think we did allow people to rank if they wanted to. I just don't think anyone really used it. So
is that gonna like take more time for you, Golo? Like, is that gonna be imported into like your interface in the game, or are you gonna have to like tab out and check like?
No, that's all imported into Gargle. That's all imported.
Oh, okay.
Into Gargle. Yeah.
So that's good. I mean, obviously, like, efficiency is important with loot system. I think we had that problem at the beginning where we were like spending way too much time like trying to figure out where the fucking loot goes, and it was literally making people upset.
Does Gargle tell you what the priorities are? Does that advertise like where people put it in the priority list? Or is that only for you to see?
Gargle tells me where they put it in the prio list.
Does it tell everybody? Does it tell the whole raid?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Well, I mean, the point I was trying to make is if it just tells you and not the whole raid, then it, obviously we would have the final say, or you would have the final say. I honestly don't even care if it's one person like you, Golo, making the decisions about who gets loot, because loot goes faster.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, the only thing that we could say is like weapons and trinkets. Let's briefly like have something in mind, but otherwise, but even then, I would still defer to just be like, Golo makes the choices about loot, and that's that.
Did we talk
Yeah.
about sorry, I know we're on the loot thing, but I'm just remembering, did we talk about like times and shit? I know we briefly talked about like Thursday. Did we talk about like start times and how long
No,
for the raid nights? Okay.
no. But let's get to that after the loot discussion.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, look, it's super easy just in officer chat to be like, these two people want it. What do you guys think? Like
Yep.
that took no time at all. Like our speed was good once we switched to Gargle, and everything. So I think honestly, I'm not worried about that. If we needed to streamline it more, and it's just more like I'm just making the decision based on what's in TMB, then like, I'm fine with that too. But
Okay.
it's super easy just to be like, hey, what do you guys think about this item?
Okay, cool. Yeah. And then okay.
Any group like the group that we had, like loot was like not any concern of what anybody wanted. Like they didn't really care. Nobody cared.
Right.
Like we had a really good group of people that were just trying to kill as many bosses as possible and progress like quick. So
Plus, I feel like loot, just like as we get further along into these expansions, I feel like loot makes less of a difference. Like
Yeah.
less and less and less of a difference. Because it's really more about how well you can play.
mechanics, yeah, there's way more now.
Yeah.
Every expansion adds like 3 more mechanics per boss, so it's like, there's a lot more
Yeah.
to worry about.
So yeah, I don't know. Plus there's no legendaries in MoP either. So that's fucking cool. Don't have to worry about that. I mean, there's
Aren't
like
there, cloaks or
there's like
something?
legendary gems or like something like that. So I feel like everyone gets legendaries in MoP or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, it's just like with 10 people, like you can see very easily like if someone's getting all the loot or what. Like we're not like whether we do loot council or whatever. Like we've always spread loot around, so I don't anticipate any issues. Like we don't really stack anyone.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and it's not like tanks need like all the loot like in classic WoW either. Cool. So that's my best, and then loot council. We'll use the Gargle add-on. Potentially use the Prio system. I don't know if that would be helpful or not.
It sounds good. I mean, yeah, like there were a lot of items in like I remember the trinket off of Chimeron for melee DPS is like the best for the entire fucking like past the phase that you were in. So
Yeah.
that would definitely be an item that would be in there. I'm sure there's some items like that.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I personally like the Prio system. I think it also makes our job easier or Golo's job easier. So yeah. And it's not something that we have to use, but it's something that we can yeah, I mean, it's just another piece of information that we can use to make people happy, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I think what we'll do is as we get a little closer, when TMB is set up with MoP, we can start testing stuff out and we can, show people examples of what they can do, and should be pretty easy.
I feel like it might get a little confusing or a little fucky when we're like 10 items down into the prio list if everything is ranked. I don't know, because I feel like after 6, none of the numbers even matter. Priority doesn't really matter anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
even
yeah.
after the first 3 items. Like the prio system doesn't really matter anymore because 6 and 9 is the same priority.
Well, and also,
pretty much.
I think the only reason why we didn't spend a ton of time with the prio system before was just like everyone's prioring the same shit anyways, so like it evens out. You know what I mean? Like, but like I'm down to give it a try to see if it speeds things up,
Yeah.
or like makes it easy.
The only situation I see it making a difference is if like the trinket is good, like the trinket drops, it's really good for rogues. And it's also good for monks, but it's better for rogues. And it's like they should have that as priority number one. The rogues. And that should go to the rogue first. And I guess it's really comes down to, are we going to know that? Are we going to know about loot that well? I assume we will. In time, we'll know, but like first raid, we're not going to know. Like, we're not going to know everyone's BIS list the first raid.
I mean, I'll definitely I will do research on it before we get started.
Okay. Awesome. Well, then that's great. That's fantastic.
Especially if there's those like you said, the trinkets or the weapons, like the ones that like really make a huge difference. Like I really don't give a shit if these bracers are like your BIS or like someone else's second BIS. Like that doesn't really matter. But like the high ticket items, of course, like we should. I will make sure that I'm knowledgeable about who does best with what.
Yep, for sure, man.
Awesome. Okay, so days and times, we said potentially Wednesday, Thursday.
That would work for me. I mean, I'm pretty much any of the weekdays I'm cool with. I don't really have a preference in that. I do have some questions about time.
I can't do Monday, and then other than that, I'd rather not do Friday.
Friday is.
I also don't love raiding on the weekends.
Yeah, me either. I'd rather do weekdays.
So it's really Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, I feel like is really our choices here. And I
do think Tuesday, Wednesday like is the ideal. Like I said,
if
the launch is Thursday, moving the raid days that on launch week just adds to like the stress of like, trying to get that first raid organized and everything.
Well, okay, we can always poll the people that we have interested right now and see what they want to do. So it's going to be, but either way, we're going to do, I think the goal is going to be 2 nights a week, what, 3 to 4 hours per night.
Yeah, I'd say 3 hours target like we did last time, but like the group that we had last time, again, depending on how serious the people we recruit are, the group that we had last time also like was willing to kind of extend, especially like the first couple of weeks as we prog, to try to like rank up fast, kind of like kill the bosses quickly. So I think we should have that as a potential option to extend to say 4-ish hours or whatever per night on the first couple weeks of the raid.
Yeah, I would definitely make that clear when I'm recruiting the new people. I feel like it's the people that are already here that, they're not really agreeing to that yet, but the new people that I bring in, like I would like to put that in whatever message I'm sending or whatever, that is like a thing. Like I want to get people that are going to be down for that. I feel like that's pretty important. If I don't want like hard cutoff kind of sucks when you're like 5% away from a boss and it's we got to shut down the whole thing.
I'll be honest, I kind of feel the opposite. I do like hard cutoff because I'm like, I want to respect people's time and I want to respect people's like lives outside of this. So I think I think we have to we be upfront about it. Like the first 2 weeks of a phase, the first 3 weeks of a phase, we're gonna push 4 hours a night. And then if we're at 5% and the 4 hours are up, maybe we do one pull. One or two more pulls and then call it. And if we can't clear it, we can't clear it.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. I was just saying like the new people that I bring in, hopefully they'll at least be like exposed. They'll know that that's a possibility for the first 2 weeks or whatever you're saying, like extend a little bit just to get the most prog. But the people that are already here that are like our friends that we know are going to be there, it's kind of up to them. You know what I mean? Like they will decide that because if price is like oh, no, I can't, then obviously we're not. So
right, true. So what did you want to? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying, Funkus. It's like I don't want to just say, oh, we'll extend, but like we will set a clear expectation ahead of time, for the first X weeks we're going to do 4 hours a night. Because I think also, one, it's not going to be as steep of a learning curve as Kata was, right? So
Really?
I don't think so. I mean, at least in terms of like we've now played like the shift from Kata to MoP is not as drastic as Sod to Kata. You know what I mean?
Wait. Are you saying Sod wasn't hard?
The so that being said, I do think we should say, like, let's just say, spitballing, first 3 weeks we'll do 4-hour raid nights, because I do think having a decent server rank will help us a lot if we want to expand to 25. We took our time and we still got a decent rank, I think, like in Kata on the first phase, but like if we do actually really want to stretch to 25, like I think server rank, it does mean something.
For sure.
I agree. I totally agree. Server rank is very important. It's definitely something that I push for in SOD as well. Because
also,
it just helps. It just helps with recruiting.
Like TRT mentioned, like if 20-man mythic is on the table, at some point in MoP, like we may not have a choice to, we may need to expand to more than 10 people.
Yeah.
So is there
Wait, so what did they do?
Or no?
They did 10-man and 25-man, and then they went down to 20-man for Mythic?
Yeah, 20-man. Mythic's always been 20-man as far as I understand.
Oh, really? There's no 10-man for that?
No.
So there's like 3 different raid sizes.
Well, I think the last tier, I don't know if it was the last tier. We need to look at it and see what it was. I don't know if it was the last tier or if they just did it in the pre-patch for WAD. That's going to be important to know.
Oh yeah, that was
true.
the thing. I think
TRT
it was.
says last tier Siege of Org was 20-man mythic.
Oh really?
Wow.
That's cool.
Wow.
I mean, shit, if we're still obviously around and like got the core together, like at that point, and we're doing well in heroic, I would 100% be down to try mythic out, like upgrade the team and
yeah,
try that. Yeah, that would be sick.
Yeah, like what TRT is saying is heroic stays 10 and 25 on last tier, but mythic is 20-man. So it may even be a consideration to, like, I mean,
why? That's so poorly designed.
Because 5 people from every 25-man heroic teams fucking are cut. That's why.
So that's the play then. Start at 10-man, go to 25-man, and then bench 5 for mythic.
Dude, the second tier is going to be toxic as fuck. It's going to be lowest 5. You're on the bench. You better fucking step it up.
Oh man. Oh gosh. Well,
I'll be on the bench.
That's business. That's just business. All right. So what about times then?
So I have a question. I promised my friend I'd ask. He's West Coast. Obviously, no obligation here, but he wants to play with us. He's West Coast. He can't start before 9 p.m. Eastern. It seems kind of late to me, but I figured I'd ask. I don't know what you guys are. If we're talking about 4-hour, for starting weeks, that's like, that's late.
Yeah. I mean, I am inclined in consideration of West Coast, I am inclined to do an 8 p.m. start Eastern. But I think 9 would be too late, most likely, at least for like the main raid while we're progging.
Yeah, unfortunately, that would be a push for me personally. Also, we're joining Pagle is an Eastern time zone server.
Yeah.
So I think with those two things combined, I like right now I raid on Classic Anniversary starting at 9, but we're just doing BWL and Molten Core. It's like
it's like an hour and a half,
like
2 hours.
Face roll.
Yeah, I promised him I would ask because he's like hyped. He wants to play, but he gets off of work at whatever He needs.
Well,
needs
it'd be
time.
nice having someone like that, to, be a fill.
True.
When he is
But yeah, that
available.
definitely.
Yeah.
That's kind of the role. You guys know that's kind of the role that he played in Kata. I forget what his character's name was, but he was a shaman, and like he wanted to play with us, but our times were just too early. So I was like talking to him. I'm like, yo, excited for MoP, whatever. He's like, yeah, but I can't play. I can't make your guys wait times. I might still be able to get him to come over. He'd have to do all the server transferring and shit. I don't know if he's gonna want to do that.
Yeah.
If he's not like raiding, but I'll talk to him. But for the fill aspect of it, yeah, players like that would definitely be great. And he's a shaman player, so that's high
Yeah.
priority class.
Or if he can potentially mix up his work schedule. I know not everyone can do that, but that would be great too.
Yeah.
I would lobby though for an 8 p.m. start because if we do 7 p.m. like if a player is West Coast, they will not join. Basically, I mean most.
I can't do a 7 p.m. start anyway, so
yeah.
I think I personally I think 8 or 8:30 would be a perfect start time. 8:30 would be the latest, probably. I think 8 is actually the perfect start time.
Yeah, I mean earlier the better for me. I would rather. I don't have any work obligations as far as like time. I get home at like 4 o'clock, so
Cool.
yeah, earlier the better. Just because for me at least, just because if we're pushing into 4-hour weeks and shit, like it's gonna get late, and I gotta work the next days.
I mean, I could go as early as 7:30, but I feel like 8 o'clock is really the sweet spot when it comes to the East Coast Raiders.
Also, keep in mind, right?
Like pull by 8.
We say, yeah, exactly. We're saying pull by 8. Like,
yeah,
like we're gonna be online and gathering at 7:30.
Be online at 7:45. Buy some,
I was in, dude. No, that never fucking happens. But yeah, that's the dream. That's the fucking dream, dude. That people are gonna just show up on time, 10 minutes before the raid, whisper you for an invite. They fucking never do that. You're like searching through fucking guildies trying to find this guy who's like AFK. Fucking Ogremore.
Yeah.
Stormwind now.
Yes, so we're in Stormwind now. We're Alliance.
Ironforge, bro.
For the Alliance, huh?
Dude, Ironforge is BIS, actually.
It's the BIS city, dude.
Never there. I'm just absolutely never.
I don't know, man. I think Thunderbluff is in competition for BIS City.
Oh, we're talking both races?
Oh, sure. Both factions, yeah.
Both factions, yeah. Factions.
For Auction House and Bank, sure, but like everything else sucks. Like the multiple tiers, the bridges, like.
Yeah, but it looks awesome.
It does look pretty cool. With flying mounts too, that definitely changes the game. I guess, yeah, every city is a lot different with flying mounts. But I just like the aesthetic of Ironforge. I have very fond memories from when I was a child in Ironforge, fucking playing WoW for the first time. Like classic, like vanilla. And it was just my city. I asked somebody how to get there one time. I was in like Loch Modan or something. I asked them how to get to Ironforge, and they told me I had to run through the Badlands, and I was like level 10. I never made it to Ironforge. So it's a different
That's
story.
hilarious. Cool. So we're pretty much pull at 8. That's the goal, right? First pull at 8.
Yep.
I think that's honestly the best time. That takes us to midnight on progression nights.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah, that's not so bad. Like that's as late as I really want to go, honestly, anyway. I feel like midnights, I'm old now. I'm an old man, so can't be staying up late all the time. Cool. Anything else that we wanted to chat about? We want to pull the guild for days, right? Pull guild for days. I think we keep Thursday. I think Thursday we have to do because of the raids coming out on Thursday, and then it's between Tuesday and Wednesday.
Tuesday or Wednesday. Yeah, like Tuesday, Thursday. Yeah. I kind of I don't know how you guys feel, but I also am typically like more inclined to do back to back, just because I feel like the day in between, like if we're progging something, like
True.
I feel like people lose, like
I agree with that
lose
for
the
sure.
context.
Do we just want to say
Yeah.
Wednesday, Thursday then?
I think that's what we propose. We propose Wednesday, Thursday. We'll still
Yeah.
let people vote, but like that, we should start with that as our baseline.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I do like the back to back.
I do too.
Days.
Because then you
Especially
have it
for
fresh.
progging.
And then you're in there, man. I don't know. Something about like raiding during the week for me, I just really enjoy. It's like part of my work week, I feel like. It's like I feel like
Yeah,
I'm
I
like
miss it,
getting
dude.
stuff done.
I miss it, man. It's
And then
my
like
favorite.
weekends is just chill. I'm like I don't have to like stress about nothing.
I guess the only downside that I can think of to having a day in between is if you have call outs, at least you have a day to find people to fucking fill the spots instead of like, but nobody gives notice anyway. They just let you know like
Yeah,
the
they call
day
out the day
fucking-
of.
yeah, like an hour before the
Yeah.
raid. So I guess it doesn't really fucking matter.
People don't call out until like weeks 5, 6 plus anyway. So
True.
that's when everyone's dog starts to get sick. It's like week 5 plus. No one's dog gets sick on week 1 or week 2.
No.
I guess one more thing to add, it's kind of going back to the raid fight prep discussion stuff. I feel
Yeah.
like that's a pretty big one.
Mm-hmm.
So we were talking about using method raid tools. Are we doing like everything through that? Did we like confirm like we're not doing spreadsheets and Google Docs and shit like that? We're just doing method raid tools assignments and notes and see how that works. Post it up in a fight channel, like a boss channel or whatever.
I think
For, like,
whatever we
info.
can do in MRT, we should do in MRT, so we just don't duplicate the effort. Like if it isn't doable in MRT, then yeah, like we can extend it to spreadsheets or whatever. But like I say this all the time at work too, so it's just like blending two worlds. But it's like the important part is like do it once is super important. I think just from a
Mm-hmm.
it's already a lot of work. Like doing it twice sucks.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think that we could do everything in MRT that you would do in a spreadsheet. If you look back on like how we were doing it in the spreadsheets, like you can do all of that in a MRT note and then just screenshot it or whatever. Just as long as people have the information. I know not everybody will read it, but have it before the fights, like some kind of strategy laid out that we decided that this is what we're gonna do, so they know a week before, like, okay, here's all the strats that we're gonna do. It's gonna be an MRT, and you're gonna have the notes and stuff when you're in game. But I don't want it to be like, all right, open up MRT, like, and we're standing in front of the boss, like this is the strat we're doing. I feel like that's probably a waste of time.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
screenshot. The screenshots I think will be helpful. Because
And
MRT
also
has the maps, right? You can like place people in the maps in MRT in game.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can place icons and
Yeah.
like class icons and all kinds of shit. You can do a lot for that.
Yeah.
And also, I think doing it in MRT will just help us from the perspective of becoming more comfortable with using MRT, right? So that when we're in raid, we're not like, where do I go to do this thing? You know what I mean? Like, we'll
Yeah.
have already done that before the raid.
Yeah. So yeah, MRT for the prep. Weak auras for the weak auras to help with shot calling, but the weak auras should supplement the prep that people have already done. So it's like you're going to be using whatever defensive cooldown, there's not actually a ton. You're going to be using power word barrier at this point in time, and it's like, be ready for this ability. You're going to use it, and then the call's going to be made in the fight. You should expect to hear that call and like be ready to use it then, and know not to use it beforehand, like that kind of thing. So yeah,
For sure. And we're gonna figure out. I mean, dude, our first strats that we come in with and like what we think the raid cooldown usage should be, like, is probably gonna be completely different than what we actually do. But at least we'll have some kind of baseline, like, okay, during this time the tank's getting one shot and we need to use whatever. We might have to burn 2 defensive cooldowns there or whatever. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
for the prog. So we won't really know exactly, but at least we'll have some kind of idea that like, okay, cooldowns are being used here. We need to fucking make sure that the ads are stacked at this point, whatever. Just basic shit.
Yep.
That we'll just learn from doing the fights,
Yep. I agree.
So I don't think we have to spend a shitload of time on the first prog, whatever. Just get something down there, and that'll be a good way to practice. And then we can always go in and edit the MRT notes for like, okay, we have the strat down. We killed the boss. It seemed like it was smooth. Now we have that strat saved for when we lose a rogue or whatever he stops playing. We have a new one that can just come in, and the strat's already there, like edited to work for what we're trying to do.
Kind of going along with fight prep also is like what our progression path is going to look like. I feel like Schisms really made those calls in Cataclysm based on like what he was seeing. And I'd like that to be more of a council thing between us.
Yep.
However, I also feel like I'm going to tell you guys straight up, like I'm going to err toward the side towards like getting loot than like progressing at first. Like especially if I feel like it's like not within reach, because I don't want to bang our heads against like a heroic boss for 2 hours and not get it down, because that's valuable raid time. Because I assume even some of these normal bosses are not going to be one shots. Like we're going to have to learn it. Even the normals, we're going to have to learn for some of these. So yeah,
that's a good question, which we should put maybe just on the list of things we need to discuss is like week 1, what that'll look like. We did normal week 1, normal clear. I think that is good, just again, like you said, to get people gear and also just like get the good vibes going. You know what I mean?
Yes, that too. Like that's invaluable.
Raid lead normal raid will be a lot easier, and that to at least get your bearings, whatever for heroic. I'm
not saying we do all normals week 1, but I would lean more towards that.
It would be a terrible idea. I don't know if it would be a terrible idea to just clear all the raids week 1 if we could. I think 3 raids get released, right? Clear everything on normal the first week, and then go right into heroic. I think we'd be pleasantly surprised of how well we do in the normals and like the heroics in the first week. I don't know. I mean, that's up to you guys. I think seeing the fights is a good thing for the first time. We're all in blues, like dungeon blues and shit anyway. Just get as much gear as possible. We're not going for world first. And then the second week we saw the fights, we have some gear, hit the heroics, and we'll kind of have like a what's the golf term? Like a crutch or whatever, That's not the golf term, but you know what I mean.
I think I have to understand more about the actual raids and the fights. I don't even know what's coming out in phase 1. Is it Throne of Thunder?
No, it's Moshigan Vault. Fucking what's the other one?
I don't even. Yeah, but I guess I don't even know enough about it yet. I'm trying to look it up.
Yeah. It's the Heart of Fear, Moshigan Vaults, and Terrace of Endless Springs. Now, I haven't done any of those raids. I don't know, like based on like heroic planning. Like for Kata, we knew like Alakir, Nefarian, and like maybe one other boss were like way harder than the other bosses. So we didn't do those. Were the last
right.
ones. Sinestro. It's like common knowledge. It doesn't take much research to find out that those are the hardest bosses. So we just saved those for the last prog, which was a good idea. We should plan around that.
Yeah.
But I don't know if these raids are linear in the sense of like you have to do all the bosses in a row, or you can pick and choose, like it splits off. You know,
I think we can pick and choose just like you did in Kata. You could like just change it, right? Just change it in
change
the
it.
and it would like just change the difficulty right there.
No, I'm not talking about the difficulty. I'm talking about like the pathing to the bosses. Do you have to kill boss A to get to boss B, or can you go from boss A
yeah.
to B or C? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I
Which would
see what you're
change like our
saying.
progression path. Obviously, the
Yeah.
easiest bosses first, or whatever works with our comp.
Another interesting wrinkle is I think I'm fairly certain that in MoP was Raid Finder started.
Yeah, I
Ugh,
don't know if that's going to happen or not.
gross.
I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I'm kind of okay with it.
Well, I
Is
just
it?
mean like we could say, week 1 homework for the raid team is like make sure you're doing Raid Finder. And
Oh, you
we're
mean
gonna
like
do
in
it.
addition to like you would get loot from Raid Finder and you would be able to do.
If it works like
Yeah.
I believe that's how Raid Finder works. It's a different loot tier.
Well, that's how it was in
Yeah.
Cataclysm and Wrath too, I believe. You could do 10-man, 25-man, normal and heroics back when it came out.
In Kata, it was normal or heroic, I thought. Is that not true?
I'm not sure. I guess I'm not sure.
I don't know. I don't know why I can't remember, because we only did like 1 week of normal or whatever, and then we were heroic progression the rest of the
I guess
thing, so.
I guess we really just have to get more information before we can make a choice here. I guess my point is really though, I'm fine doing like mostly normals. If there's like an easy heroic, I'd love to get like 5 or 10 pulls into that. And if we think that normals are going to be too easy and we have time, I'd love to just get like, we're going to get 5 pulls in on heroic and just call it that. And then we'll see it next week. And then, we'll get 5 heroic pulls in. We'll do everything we can. We'll kill it on normal. We'll go back next week then we'll do 10 pulls on heroic, or, some kind of progression like that. I think would be better. Then people know what to expect. And it's not like we're going to do an hour and a half. And then you look at the clock and you have 45 minutes left to clear 6 bosses. And you're like, oh shit.
Yeah. I definitely like day 2 we're going in, we're pulling a heroic boss for at least a little bit first thing to make sure we get it in, and then we'll finish clearing normal if we haven't finished.
Yeah. The only concern I have with that is if, I don't know, it's gonna be weird with the progression if we're doing it like day 2, right? So day 2 we kill like normal bosses, and then we're gonna try some boss in the middle of a raid on heroic to prog. Then when we go back in the following week for heroic prog, we're learning the first bosses again. We didn't have any jump, like head start on that. So I would think like,
I mean, I'm fine doing 5 pulls on every boss. I don't know if we have that kind of time, but at least maybe 1 or 2 pulls.
I definitely think, like maybe like the first 3, or whatever like the difficulty curve looks
yeah,
like.
Yeah,
the first 3 or
whatever
4
like the
we'll
easiest ones are that we could do heroic on, we should do like 5 pulls of heroic on.
Yeah, I would think that they would be the first bosses, but I could be wrong. I don't know the raids that very well. I've watched some videos and stuff, but I don't know. Yeah, I guess like going in day 1, week 1, doing heroic pulls on the first boss, and then switching.
You're worried
it to
about morale?
No. I think that's what I would prefer.
Yeah. Okay.
Is to go in week 1 on the first boss, do heroic pulls, because we're gonna have to do heroic pulls the following week. So at least we'll know a little bit about it, and then switch it off if we can't kill it, and then do the raid on like normal. The following week we come back in and we have pulls on the heroic boss. We have a better idea and more gear. I don't know. That's my mindset.
Mhm.
Rather than just like trying to do a heroic boss in the middle of the raid that we're like not gonna get to unless we kill the first 3 bosses on normal.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
I know what you're saying. Don't waste time on the middle bosses if we're going to be trying to prog the first bosses too, because we're going to spend an hour maybe on the first boss and never get to the 3rd, 4th boss or whatever.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, I get
I
that.
don't know if that makes sense.
It makes sense to me.
But
Like,
the first boss on heroic might be harder than the third boss. I don't know, but it
like
just seems
especially
weird.
like if we can't get to that boss without progressing through the first boss, then we have to just like we'll have to figure that out when we know what these raids, how they're designed, and how people like what the path can be through those raids. I don't
Like
think
we may want to prio like the harder bosses actually first in our normal clears, right? And then we can go to what we think will be easier bosses with a little bit of gear and do some heroic pulls. You know what I mean? Like week one, we can mess around and see what the order might be.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Like if we can just go straight for the harder to kill heroic bosses, then we'll just go straight for them and not do any heroic pulls on them. Like we wouldn't do heroic pulls on Neff on week one, right? Because it's a fool's errand. Like we're not we're just not there. We're just not that kind of guild. Like we're not PTRing. We're not. That's just not our sweat level.
Yep.
Right.
So yeah, but we'll have to figure out what. Yeah. So we'll just have to see the raid and what bosses we can get to, and then figure it out from there. But yeah, I mean, I think definitely on the bosses that are approachable in heroic, the only like downside is like week one we're gonna do 5 or 10 pulls on like the easiest boss in heroic. If we don't get it down at 5 or 10 pulls, it's gonna be a morale issue. People are gonna be a little discouraged, and it is what it is.
Are they? I mean, first
I don't
week
know.
heroic polls. I don't know. Yeah, I would hope that they wouldn't. I mean, I
because
get
people
what
are
you're
watching
saying,
Race the World first, dude, and they see
True,
people
yeah.
clearing it in blues, and they don't know that these people have spent 12 hours a week in PT in like private servers.
I mean, I would vote to not even do any heroic polls the first week. Kill every boss if we even can. I mean, maybe the last boss on some of these raids is hard. You know, whatever. I don't know on normal, but I would vote to do a full normal week one clear. Everybody's excited. They want to see the raids. They want to see the bosses.
That's fair.
Kill as many as possible.
That's fair.
And then the following week, like depending on how that went, we'll probably be able to gauge if we're gonna kill anything on heroic with dungeon blues. You know what I mean?
I
Mhm.
think
Whatever gear.
it's definitely something
Whatever
we
gear.
can propose to the guild and then like see what we take
True.
a vote or whatever, see what they want.
That's probably the
TRC
best.
says-
I think that's the best case. Yeah.
TRC says if they get discouraged, then they're noobs. So we're a bunch of poners, is what he said.
Yeah, he says no
Oh, yeah.
normal. Week
True.
one heroic everything.
Facts.
I mean, it might be fucking easier than we think. I have no idea, but I just like to err on the side of caution. I'm a cautious person.
Yeah. Okay. Whole guild to see if they want to wipe Rog first week. I think it would be
doing it week one or week two. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, like you're gonna do it eventually. Like you're gonna wipe. I mean, I totally get. Like I get the sentiment that like you want to just get in there and stomp. Like you want to like feel good. And it might not even be like a full stomp, but I think it would be. I don't think it would be the best use of our time to ignore some heroic pulls if they're right in front of us.
Yep, I
For
agree.
sure.
So, but yeah, we can pull the guild to see what they want. I assume with the type of people that we would be recruiting, that most people would want to get some pulls in.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know
I'm down with whatever. Yeah.
I know we've gone a little long, but I had really just wanted to talk about next steps that we think we need to do, and one of like I don't know if Funkus there's stuff we want to do on the Discord, get that prepped, and then also there was one more thing that I'm blanking on.
What do you guys think of separate boss like channels? I know it's pretty bloat for the Discord, but I don't know. Is it just like because if you're posting like these strategies and shit, and it's all in one channel called Raid, it's kind of fucking it's kind of annoying to like find the shit that you're and like talking about. At least there's dedicated threads. I've always preferred that, but I know people have varying opinions on that. I don't know. If I could just click the boss that says fucking
Yeah.
when emperors or whatever, and the thing is right there, it's kind of dummy proof, and there's whatever, and that's the strat that we use.
I kind of like
Whatever.
that too, actually. Like at one channel per boss, and then
Well,
it wouldn't
I
be
mean-
like, and it wouldn't be where people can chat. People wouldn't be able to chat in that channel. That would be like, go here to see the strategy, and if you want to chat, we have a separate chat channel.
Yeah. I just don't know how many bosses there are. There might be a lot. It's 3 different raids in the first tier, right? So maybe it could be categorized by raid instead of
It should
boss
be,
if
yeah.
you wanted less panels.
I think like either you could do
Yeah, just
single
raid.
tier or per raid, but then also you just do threads in the channel. You know what I mean, for each boss, and like that'll organize it enough.
I'm not a big fan. I actually didn't like how the threads were used in Kata.
What are threads?
It's like sub channels, kind of, in a sense.
even
That's the
remember
easiest
that.
way to describe them, I think. I just don't like how they show up in Discord sometimes. They can be kind of annoying to deal with. As far as like if you're actually looking for something for a reference. That's just my thought on it. I mean, I'm not saying we can't do it, but
No, I don't feel strongly either way.
Yeah.
I was just didn't want to clutter the list either. I remember the thing that I was thinking about is setting a weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, whatever makes sense officer, like I said, officer meeting time, because that was something that
Yeah.
we struggle with in Kata, and aligning schedules and stuff, and like it was sorely needed. Like I think if we had that, it could have eased some of the pain points that we had.
I'm a huge proponent of that. I feel like I was advocating for that like the entire time for like the 3 of us or 4 of us, however many people, like to get together more often and talk about shit. Because there's a lot to like manage, and there's a lot going on like um outside of just like the raid days, with like people calling out or people leaving the guild or new people coming in or whatever that new strategies. I mean, obviously nothing like this long, but like
Yeah, of
15,
course.
20 minutes every 2 weeks, like, or every week after raid even. I mean, I don't know.
I think
Sometime. Yeah.
I think if we're gonna do it, we should cap it. We should put a stop time, and we should talk about. We should say what we're gonna discuss as best as we can do this. Of course, this is a perfect world, right? But in a perfect world, I would say in the leadership chat, we say what we're discussing this meeting. What are some pain points that we need to figure out? And then we cap it at a half hour, and we get to what we get to and try our best to stay on topic. Obviously, this one is going to go this meeting's long because this is our first meeting of like, we're just like laying the foundation for all this. So
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not concerned about this.
I'm enjoying this thoroughly. I'm just happy to
Yeah.
be talking about MoP and it like being a
Yeah.
real thing. But yeah, no, I'm just
I'm
talking
excited
about like
too.
for the sake of time when we're like in it, you know what I mean? Like just we only need like 20 minutes to get point. We might not even have anything to talk about, you know what I mean?
I think we have, yeah, we set a standing time. Again, whether that's weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, whatever makes sense, right? But we set that time. It's available. It's blocked, and we in leadership chat basically start an agenda. Anyone can add to it. If there's nothing on the agenda, we can just say skip the meeting this week. But we at least have it blocked on our calendars, and we're available.
Yeah, for sure.
I would love to do it like a half hour before raid, but
I
that
think
would
work for me.
that would be 7:30. Would that work for you guys?
Yeah,
It would work for me. I'm usually on earlier because I'm like recruiting and trying to make sure that everybody's gonna fucking actually be there.
And then we have an end time that we can't go over because we're going to be raiding.
Yeah.
That keeps us like, yeah.
I'd say maybe even like 7:15, because we're gonna be, we need to like collect the raid and everything and like get invites out and like if we want to pull at 8.
7:15 to Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to get on 7:15 every time, but yes, I agree. 7:15 to 7:30.
That was a good point, Golo. I forgot about that, but that was like so important. I feel like that's something that we didn't do.
We'll say 7:15, and then yeah, we'll do that like I mean, honestly, just do it every Wednesday. Because if it's, I guarantee you, if it's 45 minutes before raid, there will be something to talk about.
Yeah.
Also, another thing that I'm willing to take on in terms of responsibilities is attendance tracking and call outs, vacations, that kind of thing. I think it just kind of goes hand in hand with the loot piece as well. And obviously, I'll coordinate with you, Soltech, on the replacement aspect. But I did that in Kata, and I'm happy to continue to do that.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
That'd be sweet, man.
cool. So responsibilities, Golo, loot, and attendance tracking, Soltech recruiting. This is just like the things that you guys are going to own, not necessarily like the only thing that you can do.
Right, for sure.
If
Yeah,
you
I'm
want
not
to own,
sure.
sorry, go ahead, Sol.
Go ahead.
I think Funkus, you just talking about like someone should own the fight prep.
Yeah.
If you want to own it, I think that's a good call. But
Yep.
I think that the difference is, you know,
I'm
from
definitely
what
cool with that.
we have with Kata is like, you know, Sol and I need to be involved in like as familiar with the strategies as you are, so that
Yeah.
you know we can weather, you know,
Dude,
vacation.
if it's like, even if it's like, hey, dude, I found a video, like I like this strat. If you just like mention it in the officer chat, like I'll go into MRT and make the diagram and do like, you know, I'll be involved in that way. But I guess the initial like research, as long as we're kind of on the same page, like I'll make the MRT notes and put like the, you know, fuck around with the icons and put them where they're supposed to be and
Mhm.
do all that. Yeah, like I don't mind being involved in it, but just making sure that we all like, okay, this is the strat that we're gonna do, post it in the officer chat, you know, and then we can just make the notes and go from there. I don't mind being a part of that at all.
I think
Um,
for sure we should say at least, I mean, probably at least 2 weeks, but maybe even more. We should probably dedicate like one raid night as officers again before the launch to like putting the strats together. Like, you know,
Oh
just get on
yeah.
a call and like,
I like that because I think that
Yeah.
the main time we're gonna do it is gonna be that first like couple weeks. So if we just do it, like spend the same amount of time that we had this, just going through the fights.
Yeah.
You know, obviously we'll have some information already pulled up on like, you know, whether it's YouTube creator that you like or whatever that you think has good strats, go
Sure.
through it and
Yeah.
just do something rough, you know, in like an hour. We could probably do all the fights in an hour.
Yeah.
the only also the one thing I wanted to call is I am gonna be uh out of the country for like the first week and a half of July. So I'm really hoping like raid doesn't drop during that time.
Okay.
The week of the 14th I'll be back. Like so, but like you know, the first part of July there I will be out.
Where
Okay.
you going, bro?
We're going to the UK to see an F1 race at Silverstone, and
Oh, nice.
then we're gonna go down to Spain.
Oh, that sounds like an awesome vacation, dude.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Jealous. I want to go
Yeah,
to Southern Europe very badly.
Yeah, my brother's been living in Australia for the past 3 months.
How does he like
He's
that?
It's sweet. He likes it. He's coming home though.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
he's on a plane right now from Sydney to Los Angeles. It's like a fucking 18-hour flight or something
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh yeah. Plus
That's
you're
a
like
brutal
crossing the
flight.
equator too. Oh my gosh.
And then he's getting on a connect. That's just like to get to the connecting flight because we're
Right.
in Jersey. So then he's flying across the United States another 6 hours.
That's rough.
Yeah.
That's rough. Well, yeah. Hopefully, the raids don't come out in July. We'll just see.
Yeah.
We'll just if it does, it does. We'll figure it out. I mean, that would definitely sway our progression path too. Like, if Golo's not here, then maybe we do just do all normals, right? And but whatever. I mean, it's not really something that we have to figure out right now.
Yeah, I would definitely like to do the poll. I'm just curious to see where people are at on that. I know that yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised myself that I even have the mindset of like that's what I would prefer because I'm typically think I'm more of like a hardcore player. I
Yeah,
don't know,
yeah.
but I'm cool with whatever we do. I really don't care. I just want to kill some shit.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I mean, they keep saying that the MoP launches by August 31st. I think historically they've really stretched that, to the end. I don't think they will stretch as much, to your point, Funkus, but like I'm hoping like pre-patch launches in like July or something, and then we
Yeah.
can start reading in like end of July or August.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, well, yeah, my guesses are really just based off the way that content's currently coming out and how I know that Blizzard wants to keep people subbed. Because people are going to be tired of Zul'Gurub in like a week. I mean, I'm already tired of it, dude. I've been in there like 3 times.
I think they'll launch AQ. Like I don't think
You think they'll do
launching
AQ before MUP?
that. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, how long was BWL out before ZG? Like a couple weeks, right?
Yeah, like a month, I think. BWL was out for like 4 or 5 lockouts before ZG.
Yeah, I think it also probably depends on how the beta goes, how many bugs they're having to fix and stuff.
Yeah. I think what they really messed up on was Molten Core being out for like 3 months.
Yeah, I don't think they'll do the same thing, but
I think that was what they. I mean, if AQ comes out, then I'd imagine that AQ is going to come out soon. Like, I have a feeling something's going to come out in June.
Yep.
Dude, AQ fucking sucks. I'd be surprised if anybody's even playing that shit. To be honest, though, that raid is terrible, dude. Like, what the fuck? The gear is
I like
the,
it, dude.
The worst models ever. Like, it's like some bullshit.
I like AQ. There's some actually like fights are starting to get harder.
What is this tier
Finally.
2.5 shit? They didn't even fucking like put any effort into this shit.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm just fucking around. AQ40, I did like some of the bosses there, but I don't know. The other one was like.
I know people hate the trash in AQ, but I don't know.
I just fucking love farming.
It's just a challenge. You like farming what?
Nature is a gear, man. That's my shit.
Oh yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm right now I'm continuing to play my Warlock one way or the other in Classic.
Oh yeah, what raid nights do you have for that?
Right now it's Thursday, but it's whatever.
Is that a consideration? Like, do you want to keep doing that?
Well, I do, but the guild I'm in has different raid nights available as well. So
oh, that's right.
They have a Tuesday raid, they have a Thursday raid, and they have a Sunday 3 p.m. raid. So I could potentially see if I can get in the Tuesday raid, and if not, then I could always look for a guild that has a Tuesday raid.
You're like the top. You're like the top DPS. What are you talking about? Dude, pull up your parses. Show Soltech your parses right now on stream.
Okay. I'm not scared of this. Look at these Warlock parses. Look at these Shadow Bolt parses, buddy. Yeah.
Oh, dude, what a beast!
I know, right? Isn't that insane? Because there's a Shadow Priest in my raid, dude. That's why.
So this is classic WoW, right?
Yeah, this is classic WoW.
Like legit classic WoW. No extra shit.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's legit classic WoW. Yeah. Well, I got rank 14 too. I got.
What is the Ebon Rock Flame Gore? Do people pull those together?
Yeah. People did that in 2019 Classic. People were pulling those together on speed runs.
Jesus.
Yeah. I don't see us ever doing those. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe I don't see us doing those while BWL is the current phase. But yeah.
That's funny that that's on there. Like
Yeah,
on the
it is interesting.
fucking Warcraft logs. I've never seen that before.
Yeah,
Big Shadow Ball crits.
yeah. I don't even flask every week. I'm missing out on some potential parses here because I don't even flask every week like people do. I'm just like
Oh, you know,
I just don't even want to spend
sorry.
the money, dude.
The lock. Do you guys have capped buffs and raids, or did they get away
No.
with that for the classic?
They
you can
took
actually
it out. They took it
corruption
out for
to-
this version of Classic, and they added dual spec too.
That's sick. So your
Yeah,
rotation is actually more than just shadow bolting, then, right? You have a dot
corruption.
to keep up,
Yeah, corruption. Yeah, and
and
immolate potentially.
fucking agony, or no?
Well, no, because we're assigned curses, and
Yeah.
we only have 3 locks, so it's Curse of Shadow, Curse of Wreck, or Curse of Elements.
No, they don't need elements, dude. Fucking agony.
I know, right? Mages. But yeah, my focus is going to be on MoP. I would love to continue raiding the Warlock. Mostly, I'd love to like be a constant raider that shows up for a consideration to get Atiesh, but like I don't see that happening anyway. So yeah, I don't yeah. I honestly don't see it happening. So like if I need to move guilds, then I'll move guilds. Although I'm cool with this guild. I like them. But my main consideration is going to be for MoP.
Yeah, for sure.
Because like I'm going to
Yeah,
be
I mean-
leading the guild. I'm going to be tanking, which is the role that I actually enjoy, and stuff like that.
Dude, Atiesh is going to Shadow Priest first.
The Atiesh is going to go to our Shadow Priest first because he's the guild master. Guaranteed.
Love that.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Like, dude, if you're running that's fine, dude.
Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare, dude. I would not want
you've-
to do that.
You've earned it.
Dude, this Shadow Priest
You've
slaps
earned it.
actually. Like,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I'm surprised at the number that I see when I watch Funkus raid.
Yeah.
Shadow.
Yeah, they've absolutely earned it. So let's look at the rankings. I used to be the top warlock, but I'm not the top warlock anymore. I'm like number 4 overall, maybe number 5 overall. Oh no, I'm going down. But like the guild has some pumpers in it for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's half the battle with getting parses. Like you just
Yep.
kill the bosses quicker, and it's
Yep.
so much easier.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, dude,
Damn, you
Warlord.
guys-
Warlord
dude,
got his
you had-
Pink 14 and he's fucking crushing you now.
you said
I
you had
know.
3 locks, dude. There's like 10 locks on that list. What are you talking about?
Well, we have 3 40-man raids. So
Oh,
this
really?
is
Damn.
the combination of all the raids.
This guild is
Okay.
insane. It's so big.
Yeah, it's
Are you
so
in this
big.
guild too, Villa?
Yeah, I've only raided a ZG I think with them one time, but I'm basically like retired from Classic until TBC.
True.
Yeah. So yeah. No, it's cool. I mean, it's a cool guild. I'm enjoying raiding. I'm going to be raiding on Thursday with them. I'm looking forward to it. I like it, man. The Warlock is finally coming online too. Because I got Bloodvine set, I got High Warlord gear. Dude, I got Cloak of Consumption in check these out. Let's see. I got Cloak of Consumption. Damn, look at that shit, dude. Oh, you're in Squawk, bro? Nice. What a legend. What are these, your damage parses for your healer? The fuck, dude? Let's look at the healing parses. That's what really matters, right? No, that's awesome, man. Holy shit. Hundreds on Baron and Ragnaros. This Squawk is like the #1 guild on the server, I think, isn't it? I know that's the guild that Ompi is in.
It's time to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of gum.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, those are fat parses, dude. But yeah, man.
I'm gonna be just playing exclusively MoP. I think that like Borderlands 4 is coming out sometime this year. I'm gonna fuck around on that, but yeah, I'm just gonna be playing one version of WoW, MoP and fucking
Oh, you quit?
pumping.
Yeah, I'm gonna play MoP. Oh yeah, because that's for you showed me the Molten Core. Yeah, I don't blame you, dude. Well, Molten Core sucks ass, dude. I was close to quitting too. Well, we had Molten Core for like 3 months. Worst shit ever. Molten Core should be around for like a month max.
Yeah.
Also, they've released it like fucking 3 times now, like 4 times now. Like you think
Yeah.
they'd be faster at it.
Yeah, exactly. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, dude, I'm so sick of the fucking older raids. I mean, I know like
I
Dolo,
know.
you were saying you're excited for TBC. I literally feel like I just played that shit. I know it was like 4 years ago, but I just did it. Like I was like in a guild leading raids in BT. I just like it's too soon for me to want to play it again. Like for me.
I'm really excited for TPC too because I didn't really do it last time.
Yeah, I skipped the relaunch. Like I leveled a little bit, but I never got to max level. Like I was burnt out from classic.
Yeah, same.
And so I just quit. So for me,
Oh,
I didn't
shit, yeah.
do the relaunch. So it's like it's actually exciting.
Oh yeah, dude.
No, that is super sweet then. Yeah, those raids are fun as fuck and it's a good time. I thought that you guys played through like Wrath and TBC. Like
I didn't play through TBC, and I only did Naxxramas and Ulduar in Wrath. And Ulduar was out too long, and Naxxramas I feel like I had already did in Classic like 2 years prior. So
Yeah.
like, I don't know. People were like hyping up Ulduar way more than they should have, honestly.
Dude, that's my
like
favorite
Ulduar
raid,
was
man. I love
cool, but
Ulduar.
like, dude, the hype that it got was just like unreal. Like
Were you in like a guild doing the
it's
hard
good,
modes
but
and
not that
shit?
good. We didn't do that many hard modes.
That was like the first time that they introduced like
The way
that.
they did hard modes was super cool though. I will agree. I will say that.
Yeah, like they're integrated into the fight. I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty sweet. And
Yeah.
then Algalon was like there's like this special bonus boss that's like hard. I don't
Yeah.
know. It just seemed like
I wasn't in a very good guild, and one of the people in the guild, which is a paladin, of course, was annoying as fuck, and I just couldn't hang, dude. I was like, bye guys, I just can't do this anymore. I just can't listen to this guy talk like all the time. He wasn't even like an officer. He was just like a raider, and he just like wouldn't shut up.
Just yapping.
Yeah.
Just total like obnoxious yapping about dumb shit, dude.
yeah. Happens.
Yeah. Yeah, Bleezy, my first guild was like that too. They were like trying to like do everything they can to parse on like Lucifron, and I'm like, what the hell's the matter with you guys? Like that is like the true tism right there, dude. Like trying to parse on Lucifron and Gehennis, like just chill, bro.
I just love like the idea of logging out for 30 minutes. It's like,
Dude,
all right, good boss, guys. See you in 30.
Yeah, dude. I'd be like, yeah, my internet went out. Bye.
All right, Bleezy, I will promise you, week 1 of MoP, we will go kill Algalon. Let's do it.
Why? Why are we gonna kill Algalon? Just cause?
Because he wants to. That's all he cares about.
Holy moly, dude.
Yeah, that's an ongoing joke from fucking Kato. He was like trying to set up. He was trying to like recruit people to change servers to go to a server that was dead that never killed Algalon to get the title for server first for realm first. And
that's
I don't
funny.
know, did you actually do it, dude?
That shit's all locked now. It's all locked now.
Do you actually have the title? What is it? Astral Protector or something? Or
Dude, he's raging right now too. Yeah, like if he was in chat, he'd be like, "Fuck you guys, I told you this."
Oh my god. Cool. Is there anything else that we wanted to touch on with this thing? I don't want to like keep everyone.
No, we've been yapping long enough.
We've
I
been-
think.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's any urgent follow-up items. I think some
No.
of our follow-up is like like getting more information. Really.
Yeah, I need to
Yeah.
get more information about how many. I need to get more information about how many, like, what raids are coming out and what bosses are coming out. I need to like start to list that in a Google sheet, just to like the preliminary research, and then figure that out.
Yeah, I think setting up the Discord, that can happen anytime to like make it more of like a
Yeah.
rating guild looking Discord than what it is now.
What do you guys want to see in there? Because like honestly, like I don't like having a ton of channels.
Yeah, so maybe just like a channel for the raids where we're gonna post shit, which is probably
We could have,
we're
like-
gonna start doing research and stuff.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll definitely create channels for either one channel per raid or one channel per boss. I'm thinking one channel per raid. And then we just put up a diagram and assignments eventually.
That's fine.
And then but I'm probably not going to do it thread style. I'm just going to have people scroll. Just cuz I really just don't like how threads display for me personally.
Yeah.
I also
And
say
then
ranks.
maybe
Getting
the
ranks
polls.
set up.
What's that now? Oh, ranks. What do you want? Member? We want member instead of social, right? And we also need
Well, I mean, I think social is fine because we also just have a lot of people that aren't playing in MoP. You know what I mean? But like, add member and raider as additional rank.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll do. Do we
Yeah,
want to think of
one
anything
thing-
cool though? Add member and raider. Any other cool names for our do we want to do anything cute or just like keep it?
Panda
I mean, you
lover.
could do it like intellectual levels, like a GM
yeah.
could be like savant or something. I don't know, like some
Add
you want to do them like that.
panda
But,
lover and savant. We'll just do
two
member and
things-
raider to start
Two
with.
things real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe bring the IRL channel back. I feel like that was a cool channel for like building guild chemistry.
Bring the
I
IRL
like-
channel back. Okay.
Yeah, I kind of like the IRL channel. I don't know. It was cool to see what people are posting.
Bring IRL channel back and get rid of the pets
Um,
channel.
No, I like the pets channel too. I got fucking 10 animals in my house, so I'll post
Yeah,
up
yeah.
some shit.
Okay, we'll keep.
I got 3 cats, but then my girlfriend's got like 3 snakes, 3 lizards, and then like 3 fucking other animals. I don't know. She's got a bunch of shit.
Dude, I put an IRL right now. It's done, dude. IRL is in there.
Yeah, and then maybe the other thing I was gonna suggest is to do the polls. Like we'll set up the polls for the shit that we were talking about. The sooner we have that information, the easier it'll be to like recruit when we start to do that. If we know like definite raid times or whatever.
Oh my gosh, dude. Golo posted a picture of my stream as the first thing.
That's hilarious.
Oh man, that's so good,
funny.
dude.
That is
Okay.
IRL, dude.
That's IRL. Okay,
I love how Hyper never participated in IRL stream, and then he just started a stream where we get to watch him on video like hours every week.
dude,
Yeah, that's
I'm
funny as
such a
fuck.
private person. Honestly, I am. But I knew
I'm
that
the
if I
same
was
way.
going to start streaming, like I had to go face cam.
Yeah.
I feel like
It's cool.
face
Your
cam.
voice matches what I thought that you would look like, which is hilarious.
Okay, well that's
Sweet.
good. That's good.
Yeah.
What were the polls that we wanted? Because I thought we kind of ended up with like we're not doing polls. Like we're gonna do Wednesday, Thursday, and we're doing 2 nights per week. How about feet cam?
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, like some people have a dog cam. I just have a foot cam.
Yeah, the polls weren't for the raid days. We figured that out, and the times. What wasn't there another thing that we were gonna poll?
Eventually, like the progression path, but it's way too early to pull that.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, just whether or not we were gonna do like normal
week one,
first
yeah.
weeks or okay, yeah, it's definitely too early.
Okay, cool. So no
Yeah, I don't
immediate
know.
polls. I will make an announcement about what I'll like summarize, distill all this as much as I can, and then make an announcement just to keep people updated that are in here. Just to keep people in the guild updated. Cool. Bring IRL channel back. Done. Add raid category. Add raid category. I'll add a new category for raiding that only raiders will be able to access. No. That members and raiders will be able to access, but socials will not be able to access.
Are you posting anything about this meeting to like the rest of the guild? Like, are you posting these notes to them, or are you kind of, this is just like for officer?
Well, I've been streaming and I told people I was streaming. So
True. Yeah,
these
know
notes
if
are basically public, not only to the guild, but to anyone else in the world.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah, I don't know if, like, if Coffee was watching. I remember he said something in Discord like an hour ago, like, are we gonna get the TLDR after?
Oh yeah.
So, like, is he gonna get the TLDR or no?
Yeah, we can post it.
Well, that's what I was going to do. I was going to summarize.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, go
Oh, right on. Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Give it to ChatGPT and call it a day.
Yeah. Summarize these notes for me, please. Cool.
You work in like a corporate job. Do you use ChatGPT to like send out work emails and shit? Do you like utilize that or no?
We don't use ChatGPT, but yeah, we have AI for everything. Like it summarizes all the meeting notes. Like it, yeah.
May
like
as well, dude.
Oh, really?
May as
So it's
well.
integrated. It's already fully integrated into normal
Use
life.
Use it for what it's good for, man. It's not actually AI.
Well,
I feel like is so overblown.
Well, also Funkus, you'll be interested to know. Like we're also what's up, please?
What was that?
We're also using it for like to speed up coding and stuff. We've got
yeah.
Some coding AIs that the developer use and stuff.
When I was looking for programming
What
jobs,
AI do you need? I work in AI right now.
Do you work in AI?
Yeah, I work in a consulting firm that does it.
When I was looking for programming jobs, I was like just learning. There was like a company out there that wanted me to like evaluate code written by AI.
Have you checked out the vibe coding stuff, Funkus? It's actually like insane what it can do. It's pretty crazy.
No, I haven't. I'm not even doing any coding anymore.
What code did you say it's called?
Go listen. Vibe coding.
Vibe coding like is just like you go in and you tell an AI like what you want an app to do, and it actually can make an app. Like it's definitely like a prototype app. It's not fully functional. It's not like super robust, but like it full on like builds you the app, and like you can like run through it and like
wow,
do the app functionality. It's fucking crazy.
Will it do it in any language?
Yeah, it depends on what you ask it to do. But yes, I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, some are better than others. Or some are better at certain languages than others. But like if you like, we're basically as a company, and most app companies are doing this as well, like moving from like a static design mindset to like a prototyping mindset. So you just like tell the AI what you want it to do, and like the developers, instead of like reading acceptance criteria and like looking at a static design, can actually just go through and use the prototype and see how the functionality is supposed to work, and then like actually code it.
Wow,
that's pretty sweet.
That's cool.
It's insane, dude.
Funk, do you use or I'm sorry, do you work in coding? Is that like your profession or?
No, it's not. I was
just learned on the side.
I was doing I was teaching myself coding with the help of a few good friends of mine and a course called boot.dev. I was learning I was just learning in my free time. I'm just a stay-at-home dad now, basically.
Right on. Yeah, I was actually trying to teach myself coding too. Well, I was using Code Camp, and I was like, oh, maybe this is something. And then I started doing it, and I was like, fucking, I hate doing this. This sucks.
I actually loved it. I was learning Python and then Go. I learned some JavaScript as well. I would have kept doing it, honestly. We had a big hurricane here come through in September of last year, and it totally like knocked me off course. It was just it added such a ton of stress into my life that like I couldn't keep up with it.
Yeah.
And then I was playing WoW all day, dude, and instead of coding, which is what I should have been doing, and then I was just like, well, I'm just gonna I might explore streaming. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm exploring streaming. And then
Oh, that's
like
cool.
yeah, and then like we'll see how this goes. I don't have any like grand expectations, but we'll just see how it goes. And then maybe this is something that could be reliable in a year or two. I don't know. And if not, then I'll probably go back to coding, honestly. Because
Yeah,
I
dude,
did
well,
enjoy it a lot.
It looks like you got a really good mic and a good camera, and obviously we're going to be doing a lot of shit in MoP, so that should be good content. There's going to be a lot of people watching
Yeah, can
too.
you sell
So
me your mic, please? I need
yeah, your
one.
mic is legit, dude.
Yeah, you think so? You know what it was when I first became a stay-at-home dad? I was like just looking for something to do, and people told me to get into like voice acting, and that did not go anywhere. But I tried it for like I like made like a demo reel. Let me see if I can find the mic that I bought though. I'll
Dude,
share it with
post
you
it in the
guys.
IRL channel, bro. I want to hear the
Here's my
demo.
guess. Here's my guess. It's
Post the
either
demo reel in the IRL. You want to hear it? I'll post it. I don't give a shit.
it's either SM7B or an RE20. That's my guess.
Where's my Amazon? I'm doing this off stream in case I have
Show
some.
us your order history.
Yeah, dude, I'm not going to show my order history on stream, bro.
What's your
One
social
love,
security
six
number?
ball.
Dude, he's one of the only people that bought the barrel of lube. What the hell?
Yeah. Diddy party invites when?
Dude, that would be hilarious, wouldn't it? To look through people's like order history. It's the Movo VSM 7.
Damn.
Have you
Yeah.
ever got into making like music like on the computer, like FL Studio or Ableton or anything like that?
Not with any like seriousness. I've like dabbled, but yeah, no, not really.
I do.
Doesn't Golo do that?
Yeah. I don't do FL Studio, but yeah, I work in a studio every week at night.
Oh, that's sweet, dude. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I remember
days
you
are
having like
different.
studio time.
So what are
couldn't
you
raid
doing? Are
some
you
nights.
actually producing music, or are you like mixing and shit?
So he's the ghostwriter for Skrillex.
No, like both. Like writing, house band stuff, recording, and then mixing and mastering as well.
Is this a hobby or like a second job or?
Yeah, hobby job. It was always like when I was younger, I used to say that my daytime job was like my backup plan, but obviously
Yeah.
I'm old enough now that like that's just making me money. Like, but that's what I like to spend my time doing. Really.
Oh, that's cool, dude. I didn't know that. So you're doing it for other people, like, and charging them, or is it your music that you're like making and mastering and shit?
Both. So I had a band for a long time that kind of broke up around COVID. And I'm working on some solo material now, but like it's just like very slow roll. Mostly we work on other people's stuff, and yeah, I work. My buddy owns a studio that he fully built out. Like it's like a house, but he like fully converted it to a studio.
That's awesome.
And
That is awesome.
yeah, we record a ton of bands that come through there and either play on their records or just like help get them set up and get the sounds for them or collaborate on mixing and mastering.
That's awesome. I spent probably like 5 or 6 years just like learning FL Studio and messing around. I made a lot of like hip hop and stuff like that. It was a while ago.
Oh,
I still go
nice.
on there and fuck around like when my internet's out and stuff. Like I always find myself hopping back on to FL Studio and just like playing around.
Are you on
But
SoundCloud?
no, I used to have one though when I was like seriously like getting into it. But
What
I
was your
never
main
really
name?
it was East Coast something. I forget what it was. East Coast Productions or something like that.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, I was like 19.
Yeah.
So, but have you seen Deadmau5? Have you seen his studio before? He
No.
like
Yeah.
posts on YouTube a lot. Dude, he's got the coolest fucking studio ever. It's like this crazy spaceship. Look up like
Of
Deadmau5
course, you would be a
studio.
Dead Mouse fan, man.
I mean, I'm not particularly
I'm
a fan,
kidding.
but I do
Did you
think
see
he
him
was
get kicked
like,
out of Coachella for being too drunk this year?
no,
No.
that happened though.
That's
Yeah, he did a
funny.
back-to-back set with I forget the DJ's name, but they shut him off because he was like too hammered. He blacked out on
That's
stage.
hilarious. No, he was like a pioneer for that shit. You gotta respect him.
The mousetrap, is that what he calls it?
Yep.
Nice, dude. I mean, that just feeds into the meme, right? That like they're just like pushing random buttons and nodding their head on stage.
Yeah, but he's like a legitimate producer, like
Oh, for
all that
sure.
equipment and shit. Like
But
he
like
he does a
doing it
lot.
live is different. I guess
Yeah,
that's the meme, right?
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, dude, this like whole thing over here, this stuff, dude, this is like you're actually like producing a square wave through like electronics and then like getting the sound from that. That's the crazy part. This looks like
Yeah.
something from like the 70s.
I mean, it is like
Yeah,
that's
this is
the
it.
modular sense.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that looks literally like a submarine or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's insane, dude. I remember
And
watching a
those are
video
like
one time where like this guy was it was a super old video where he was actually showing like a synth like making like a sine wave, square wave, a saw wave, something like that, and then like distorting it and like it sounded like modern electronic music.
yeah, he's got all those keyboards over there. Those are like fucking like some of those are like crazy expensive too. Like that studio is probably worth so much. I think he said it's like a Adobe Atmos studio, like one of the only ones in the world as far as like how the sound is. I'm sure Golo would know more about this, but I think there's like only one other one. Like how the studio is designed, like the sound properties and shit work very well in there. I don't really know, but
Yeah.
it looks sick, and he like does live streams and shit from there. It's pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, I like his live streams a lot. They're pretty interesting.
Yo, peaches. Yeah, I think that mic was more than $22 when I bought it. It's probably $22 now. But I think the real benefit is like it plugs into whatever the Scarlett Solo is. You know what I mean? Like it actually like
Yeah.
It's not like it's not a USB mic. Like it
Yeah, it's
plugs
an
in.
XR.
Yeah. What is this piece of equipment called, Golo?
Audio interface.
Audio interface. Yeah. I think that's where the real quality. That's where a lot of the quality comes in.
Audio interface, is that the same as like a external
So this like sits on my computer, and then this plugs into USB. But like the mic plugs into this.
right. I have one of them.
Yeah.
Fuck, I used to use it, I forget. Let me see. I have it right here actually. I don't know why I stopped using it. So this is just like a better sound like driver or whatever, a better sound like hardware than what your computer has in it. Is that pretty much what's happening with this?
I actually don't know.
So the audio interfaces, they just take the analog signal and they do a conversion outside of your computer, like not using your CPU. Like they have their own processing, and and then they do the conversion to digital signal, and then you can send that wherever you need it to go, like for streaming, obviously. Um, I also I have I have an interface, like a studio grade interface that I use. I don't use it for my audio because I don't really like a mic necessarily. Like um, I don't know. I just don't like having something in front of me, so I just use a regular headset. But for my speakers, I've got like literally it's a 8 input audio interface that I don't need but I don't have any use for it otherwise, so I just use it to power my speakers for the computer.
Right on. Yeah, that's sweet.
Holy moly, dudes.
Yeah, it's been a couple hours. Did you start the stream when we first like got on?
Yeah, you know what it was? I was trying to stream to I was trying to set up my stream to go to stream on TikTok also. Right now I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitch. And I was trying to stream to TikTok also, and I just have to like work through that. There's like some digital audio cable that I have to do. And so my sound was messed up. That's why I was late, because I was messing around with settings in my on my broadcasting software. And it was messed up. But yeah, I went live. I was live when I joined you guys.
Yeah, damn, almost 3 hours ago. We've been in here for a while.
Yeah.
But it was
Yeah.
good. We talked about pretty much everything that I like started making notes, and then I was like, oh, we hit on all that
Just
shit
use
within the
Google
first 10
One,
minutes.
like LM OneNote. I would like record this video and put it into a narrated podcast, so the guild can get it.
Yeah. We'll just start a MoP prep podcast anyway, right?
You can. It's funny. It's actually hilarious. You ever seen those people, those videos, or
No.
those
Nah, I
podcasts?
haven't.
It like literally sounds like a guy and a girl talking to each other,
Yeah.
That's funny.
and they'll be like, "Ngolo, I can't believe Ngolo brought this up," and then it goes back and forth. It's like insane.
Dude,
I
I was
mean-
listening to my girlfriend's audiobook the other day or like a couple weeks ago, and it was pretty weird. Like they had like really good voice actors, and they were like having conversations with like somebody on a horse is riding up, and you'd hear like the horse
Oh,
Like,
really?
feet
They
coming
would have
in.
like
Yeah,
the
it was
sound
like
effects?
Yeah, it was like an immersive experience. It was pretty crazy.
I've never heard that before, dude. That is funny. Oh man. I mean, yeah, I'm not opposed to doing a little podcast eventually, guys. You know, we'll just do it all.
We'll be a
Alright, awesome.
podcast guild. Hey guys, we're hosting a podcast late night tonight in Pagle. Who wants to come hang out? More than welcome.
Yeah, hi.
fine.
First time caller, long time listener. I'm curious what
If
your
you
Trying to
want
thoughts
learn the
are.
mechanics.
Yeah.
If you want to join the
Oh.
guild, you have to listen to the podcast every week. You gotta sub to Funkus and Bleezy. Yeah, there's a whole process.
Yeah.
Oh,
If you're like
there
one of
is-
those just main streamers, yeah, I need you guys to donate your Twitch Prime to me every single week, every month, please.
There is one thing that we forgot to touch on, dude. Do I call you Funkus now, or I have to break the habit of me calling you Hyper?
Yeah. I mean,
Or
yeah.
Funk? Like what you
Funk.
said, you're Funk
Funk or Funkus is what I'm gonna go by. Funk.
I
Okay.
thought you just said fungus for a second. I was like, what?
Yeah, I mean that's that's kind of what it is.
I respect.
Yeah.
He's got some mushrooms behind him, so it makes sense.
Yeah. I chose Funk. I had a character named Funkus. There's I was playing EverQuest, right? I had a shaman in EverQuest, and shamans in EverQuest are more like witch doctors. So I just thought it was a cool name for like that kind of character. And then when I started the stream, I was like, honestly, I just chose a name quickly. I didn't really think about it too much. And I was just like, yeah, I think this is a pretty cool name. I can like get down with this and like make it a thing a little bit. I don't want to be like too like mushroomy, you know? I don't want it to be like, oh, mushrooms only type of thing. I don't know. But like,
Mushrooms only. Bro.
yeah, I don't know. It worked. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. You can call me Hyper if you want, dude. Hyper was my old character name in Season of Discovery, for those that don't know. And yeah, I think Funk might be easier
Yeah, for
for
sure.
everybody. Yeah, just say Funk, bro. Cool. Good question.
All right, boys. Yeah, dude. All right, boys. I'm gonna head out. I'm getting fucking tired.
Yeah, right on.
But
Well,
it was
good
to
stuff.
figured everything out.
You'll see some changes in Discord coming up. Yeah, we'll just follow up on things when we hear more things about what's going on. But yeah, I'll start making some changes in Discord. I'll start assigning roles to people too. And we'll go from there.
You doing a ZG now?
I don't think I'm going to. I think it might be a little late.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Well,
get
it's
set
like,
up on the
count me in,
Pagle
count me
server,
in.
What's that, Soul?
And I'll come heal.
Yeah.
You need.
I was just saying, I'll get a set up on the Pagle disc as like homework or whatever, fucking, and see what that's all about. I gotta
Oh
figure out
yeah.
how to find that. How the fuck do I find the Discord server? I guess I just search it.
Just
online.
Google it, dude. That's what I always do.
Yeah.
I just Google Pagle Discord. You don't even have to Google Classic WoW. Like it'll come up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Feel free to, if you want to start working on like our guild bio / recruiting message, feel free to send that to me to workshop.
Yeah, for sure.
If you want. I'm gonna try not to be like too like nitpicky on it. So I'll just let you.
No, yeah, for sure, dude.
I'll just let
I
you run with
honestly-
it. But like I don't I'd like to see it.
Absolutely. So yeah, I'll try and write something up. Or dude, I mean, you're the GM. If you want to write the thing up, I don't really care what it says. I'll talk.
Yeah.
I'll just talk to the people. You know what I mean? Like I'll handle that.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, yeah. So if you
Fair
want
enough.
to do it and send it to me or whatever, I honestly don't care what it says though.
Yeah.
I
Right
would
on.
I would actually probably prefer not to make it.
Okay, fair. All right. Well, how about this then? I'll write something up. The only thing I will need input on for like Cataclysm achievements so that we can advertise something. So I'll need someone's help like putting that into the bio in some form or fashion. So okay, I'll write that. I'll post it in the chat. We can all take a look at it and like add notes. I'm not trying to workshop it. Like, can you make the sentence sound more passive or less passive? Like, I don't give a shit about that. But like, I just want to make sure the content is there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with us, the people that we know are going to be in the guild with TRT, me, Golo, Coffee, like those are all definite gamers. So we only need a few more
Bryce?
spots, really. And Price, oh yeah, Price
Dude,
too.
Price about to fucking crush this shit. We
To be
didn't
honest,
have
I don't
Price.
believe
Price
I
on the
don't believe that
Mistweaver monk.
anybody. I don't believe anybody is gonna play until they're on Pagle, and I'm the only one on Pagle, so I'm the only one that's gonna play right now.
Bro,
That's
I'm
as far
leveling on
that's
Pagle. What the hell?
as far as I'm
Yeah, I have a
concerned.
level 20 warrior, dude. I'm going to be a prot warrior alt.
I'm on Pagle by myself. I don't know if we talked about it. I'm not gonna get into it now, but I would like to get the people on the fucking server at some point. Like, I mean, it's still early. It's not even the pre-patch, and I'm
Yeah.
definitely the early to do it. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, you know,
I mean, they should
until
come
your-
over
until
during
your character's
pre-patch.
on the server.
When pre-patch hits, I will transfer regardless, but I'm hoping that when pre-patch hits, they also do a sale on services. That's why I'm waiting.
Yeah.
People should come over at pre-patch if they're going to come over. If you're not leveling a new character, you should probably be over there soon after pre-patch comes out.
Yeah, for sure. I understand other people. Like, it's hard to pull the trigger on $50 or whatever if you're not even really actively playing the game, like in preparation for whatever. But I'm kind of just half fucking around. Like when I say I don't believe that you're actually gonna raid with us until you're monetarily invested.
Yeah. Fair. Cool. I'll put that in the announcement.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean, I'm over
actually,
here. I tried to.
I don't
like-
know what to put in the announcement for that, so I'm not really
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, I tried to like get people like subconsciously to come over.
Yeah,
hopefully
like
hopefully
yeah,
just
very
play
gently.
with me and like PvP with me and shit.
Yeah.
Just because I'm bored and I'm kind of actively playing now by myself. But yeah, if anybody wants to come over, you know, I'm playing and I'm PvPing and doing battlegrounds and shit. So if you want to put that in there, if not, I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. I don't really care.
Yeah, I'll come over when you join me in retail. I'm out.
When you what?
Bro, I tried to play with you.
When you
fucking
join me in
ignored
retail?
Dude, you literally asked me, and then you went AFK.
I said, yo, dude, you want to do keys? And then I couldn't figure out how to get a key, and I didn't have one, so then I just logged off.
Exactly.
I'm
You literally,
so
all you have to do is talk to the panda in the town.
confused in retail,
I'll
dude.
play with you guys. I'll play keys with you guys if you're doing keys.
I'll
I will
play.
play keys whenever.
I'll play keys. I'm feral druid. I have a
Feral
feral.
and Boomkin I can give you, but I have a nice little. I have any class you want. I can go from enhanced to unholy. I can even gear up my new demon hunter.
Oh shit, dude.
I don't know, dude. You said you're 3,400 raider IO. I only raid with 3,500.
I guess you can play anything now with the rotation assist, right?
I don't need to use that.
Dude, imagine
yes.
doing that. Dude, I would
Just
love to see what
pick
the
any class you
rotation
want, dude.
What does the rotation assist look like with a demon hunter where you have to like fell rush and shit to like do damage? Like, how does that even work?
You probably don't.
I think there's definitely some classes that they've like definitely found it to be a little broken on.
Yeah, it's. I don't think it's officially out just yet.
Oh, is it not out yet?
No, because I just looked in the settings right now, and the only thing they have is their like cooldown manager, which is just basically like a weak aura, like built into the game.
I'm
like,
curious
omni-
where rotation assist is going to end up ranking among players that actually try to like use their cooldowns and abilities.
So the funny thing is, which I saw, I mean, I hate watching Asmongold stream, but he like had a good thing where he's like the one button macro thing or whatever it is, the rotation assist. He's like the people that are gonna be min maxing, if they don't use the rotation assist, the guild is there's gonna be a line where it's like
Yeah,
it's gonna go
there
like
is.
upward and downward, and then there's people that are gonna be playing without it, hoping that they can be good, and they're gonna be worse in the rotation assist, and then your guild's gonna tell you to go rotation
Yeah,
assist.
exactly, dude. Exactly.
That would be hilarious.
Your guild's
dude.
going to be like you're parsing like greens and blues. You should probably go on the rotation assist, which is going to parse like high blue, low purple, maybe.
Yes.
I'd
But
be
it's
surprised.
No fucking chance that Blizzard's rotation assist is getting purple farces, dude. If that was the case, that would be the biggest fail of all.
I mean,
That
dude,
would
when
be
I
worse
first
than the real
started,
money auction
I
houses.
mean,
the
dude,
outlaws
I'll
raid.
admit, dude, when I play, dude, retail's so out of fucking whack. Like, there's so many if ands. Like, but when I was learning enhancement shaman last season, dude, it was just like,
Oh yeah.
if this happens, this, that, etc. So like, I started every single class that I use. Like when I learn it, I learn I use that add-on called Hikili, just to kind of get an ideology.
Oh really?
Of, like,
that tells you what you should be hitting next. That's what it does, right?
It's basically what they're trying to do with their cooldown manager or like a rotation assistance. But like, I just wanted to understand to see like potential because like you said, like Soul Tech, like for example, will tell me to like fell rush into something. It's like, bro, I would not use that. So, but like, I want to learn like a basic rotation, and then obviously I'm implementing it afterwards because like Ellie Shaman is like so many like if ands. Like you have to ascend and then this, and then like if you play retail, like 13 buttons light up at once, and it doesn't really tell you what button to hit. It's just like hit this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's not friendly to
only-
like new players at all, and that's what they're
only
trying to work
problem
on, obviously.
I have with that is like I feel like they completely got away from rotations like a long time ago anyway. Like rotations don't really exist anymore. There's very few classes that do that. So it's like priority system and like proc system. And that's like every class. And they kind of
Yeah.
all felt the same to me when I was playing retail. I leveled like 4 characters. It just felt like I was like pressing the one button that does like damage and doesn't have a cooldown, and then you get the proc and you press that button, and then like you have a 2-minute like a big cooldown, and like I don't know, dude. It just felt like weird.
Well, also when you use the rotation helper, it extends your GCD. So I don't think
Right.
it'll ever parse blue. I think it'll be green.
No, so there's going to be two things. There's going to be rotation helper, and then there's one button macro. One button macro is going to extend your GCD. So basically,
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The one button.
yeah. So the one button is what the whole ideology is. What I think what they're trying to do with it is there's been talks of potentially expanding because obviously Activision is like Microsoft, etc., like that. They want to bring WoW to console, and that would be
Really?
the best way to do it, by bringing a one button macro.
I guess that
system.
makes sense, right? Microsoft owns it now. They own Xbox. Why wouldn't they want to bring it to Xbox?
So think about like how many keybinds you would have. Like I have like fucking 1,000 keybinds on my Boomkin,
Yeah.
like in retail. Think about all the keybinds that you would need to play the game if you wanted to play it on console. And it's like, for someone that's like console, it's like they're like, their whole ideology is to get more people that are casual in the game. You know what I mean? So like you don't need like their whole, like, their selling point on it is, okay, not everyone wants to be doing mythic rating, high end mythic rating or mythic keys, but they want to actually play the game, do normals, do mount runs, etc. like that, just explore the game.
Yeah.
How do we get more people? One button macro with Xbox, PlayStation people, they can just hit a couple buttons. Maybe it's 2 or 3, but they'll figure it out. That's like the whole goal with that. It's not the one button macro is not going to be used in raid. Now the rotation assistance might be, but the one button macro, the GCD timer, no, that's you're going to do negative DPS.
I don't agree with any of this. I fucking hate all
I'm
of that
using
shit.
tilt controls.
Dude, I mean, don't you see fucking half the like old school streamers, dude? Like
No,
what's
I
his
believe
name?
you 100%. I'm not saying that.
Dude,
Like
there's like old school streamers that play classic that are doing like Dance Revolution shit. They're like
Yeah.
doing like, what's
I
that
just
one
hate the
guy's name that always
ideology.
dies all the time? That's like well known. The druid guy. Not
Yeah, I can't remember his
Guzu,
name.
but you know what I'm talking about. Died like 13 times.
Graze?
Yeah.
Graze for days?
Yeah, Graze for days.
The
Yeah,
one who's doing the motion capture?
Yeah.
That shit is
Bro,
so
that shit's
cool.
so funny. Yeah, that is really cool.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do, dude. You want to get your streaming career.
Yeah.
You got to do the motion.
I'm not doing that. Do you
shit,
see?
dude.
Do you see how fit he is? I mean, that dude's like marathon runner type of body, man. He's actually running for like hours a day in place.
Dude, that is so fucking insane.
Set up a mocap
Running through the
guild.
Barrens.
Yeah, we're
incredible.
a mocap only guild.
Dude, there was actually funny as shit. So talking about that, I don't know if you guys. I mean, you probably don't remember. I don't know. When did you guys come to Fairlena, Golo? Were you guys on it for a while?
Some people were on it for a while, but
Yeah.
I mean, most of us came like for Cata pre-patch.
Yeah.
All right, so there was a guild on Benediction called Overclock. So you were mentioning
I remember that guild.
you were mentioned Ampy. So
Yeah.
that's who Ampy raided with in Wrath of the Lich King. And their guild, like, it was a meme because like asking the guild that I was in, we were racing ICC, and they came over to Fairlena, and in their recruitment thing, they asked their players about their BMI because they encouraged healthy gaming, like legit in Overclock. Like that was like, they asked what your BMI was and stuff like that. I was like,
Oh my gosh, dude.
That's hilarious.
Dude, that guild that I joined in Classic Funk that was gonna buy me Nightfall.
Yeah.
Like literally, they would just do shit. Like they would start talking shit to each other, and they'd be like, "Shut the fuck up," or "Go on face cam," or "Shut the fuck up," and like then they get on face cam and like just like shit talk each other. Like it was just the strangest interactions. Like this is the most fucking autistic interactions. But these dudes just like they're like literally just they're in the game, and then like we're all looking at Discord watching these two dudes yell at each other on face cam.
Dude,
so funny, dude.
that's like the best content I've ever heard, dude. That sounds
Yeah,
hilarious.
Did you play on Benny for like Benny Alliance?
no, I played always Fairlena,
I played
but
Benny in Classic
but they
What guild were
transferred
you in,
over.
Hyper?
Summit.
Summit. I don't remember that.
Summit.
Guild.
Yep.
Yeah, I was
and
on
then
there for a while.
transferred to White Main for Akata, and then quit after the guild
Oh, yeah,
member,
White Main.
like a leader, went to crazy.
But you're in another guild, right?
No,
Like-
I literally just play with like basically one of my friends that like knew me from like through Old War and ICC. We did like ticket runs. I'm in like just a 25-man guild. I'm like their fill if I ever want to play. I don't even. I rated. They gave me a staff in Firelands. I played for a bit, and then I
Oh,
I
nice.
told him, I was like, I just can't do this anymore. Like, it was too slow for me. The raids were just from playing retail too much. Like, it just at the time I was just like, this is not. And that's where MoP actually starts feeling a little bit more like retail, which you actually the classes get built more like what they are currently in the current state of the game.
So you're more of a retail gamer than a classic gamer.
I was more of
Wow.
a classic gamer, but now I'm more of a retail gamer right now at the moment.
Got it.
After Kata,
Nice.
like I mean, I don't know how much you played before that, Bleezy, but like really after Kata, you were, or after phase 1 in Kata, really like you were playing more retail than anything else.
Yeah, my buddies convinced me to play, and then I was pushing high keys with like a bunch of like streamers and stuff like that, and got to meet like a big community of people. So like
That's cool, man.
Like
It
I
sounds
played
fun.
with it's. I mean, it's fun. I mean, the keys you bash your head against them a couple days a week, and that's that. I mean, it's just really fast paced, and I like having the more setting of like 5 people right now. I
Yeah.
don't like raid mythic raiding. That's just a little too much for me. But
That's the thing about retail that I could never really get into, but I kind of wanted to try it in the War Within, but it never really came to be. Like the Mythic Plus, there was something about it that never really appealed to me. And I hated how like you had to do, not like you have to, but I hated how like you couldn't, you like part of your BIS gear was from Mythic Plus, even if you were raiding.
yeah, so they did it well now. So they finally brought it back. They have this thing is called the dinar system. So like right now I'm just like currently just grinding like 12 keys because that's the most amount of like upgrading you can get at once. Anything above it's not worth it, and they're like the quickest for like whatever. So I'm just playing with like a bunch of high IO players that are like us, just blasting through these things.
Right.
But basically, what you can do is with this dinar, you can buy the trinkets and items you get that like you're praying for luck, and including the raids, like raid items that might be BIS. So it makes so you're able to like you have to like grind out a little bit of currency and then you get it, but it keeps you playing, which is pretty cool.
Nice. Maybe I should
Stuff
go.
like you have
Maybe I
crap.
should play
If you have like
retail, dude.
crap, if you have like crap, like what is it, like vaults, like luck, like what usually happens to me. You can at
Yeah,
least
it's
guarantee
like
yourself like a catch up.
bad luck protection.
Yep.
Maybe I should play retail until MoP comes out.
Honestly, I just like it just because it's. I mean, yeah, just from pushing the keys has been really fun. That's just I really like the Mythic Plus keys. Like when you like meet people and stuff, it's a lot of fun and there's a lot of teamwork. There's a lot of, and then the cool thing is like skips and everyone gets creative and whatnot. So
What role do you play? Oh, you said you play Boomkin.
yeah, here I can share my screen. I'm actually in a key right now. You can see.
He also, I mean, you also have a Handsome Shaman, Unholy DK.
Oh my
That's
god, I just
right.
killed myself.
Yeah, that's right. He said he plays a lot of that.
Yeah, my stream's open right here, but you just don't watch my floor POV. I just killed myself.
Floor POV. Yeah.
Right
Here's
when
my
I hit
stream.
Hold on, it's going live.
No, honestly, it would be fun to run some keys. So I'm always down. If you guys want to do some low keys, like and just chill, like that's totally fine.
Yeah, I
I'll
mean,
be down for that.
like this is what I'm doing a 12 right now. So like this is nothing.
Dude, you guys
Boomer.
could totally achieve a 12. Like literally.
Literally with the new catch up, you can easily get doing 12s like no time.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, like you won't be able to do it with like your fresh 80 gear, ding
Yeah,
80
yeah.
gear, but like,
Yeah.
but like very quickly you'll catch up on gear, and like these are really not that technically difficult, I don't think.
Yeah.
No, these I mean these don't get that hard.
Warrior of the countered. Combustion.
You'll see,
That's
Alex,
cool.
you're gonna be like what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
You see, I'm the autistic boomkin that needs to fucking
There's so many
run
like
around.
there's so many like little noises. I was watching Medios.
Yep.
You guys know Medios?
Mm-hmm.
the League of Legends player, turned Mythic
Fury of the Loon.
Plus gamer. He plays Feral Druid, and there's so many like noises. Like every 2 seconds, he'd be like boing,
Combustion.
boing.
Yeah, mine is pretty
Boing.
low right now, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank God you used to like like on your streams you would deafen me with your noises, and I'm like, please adjust
Warrior
this.
of the Loon.
Yeah, miserable, right?
Are you still
How
streaming?
do you hear?
Fury of the Loon.
I stream randomly, but I haven't been today just because of like there's no keys really. No one's doing any like higher keys right now.
Mhm.
Because everyone's doing this like max crest farm, as you call it.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it makes the next level keys like 10 times easier.
Fury of the Loon.
But it's I just been doing these grinding here. I have to do probably 25 more
Holy crap,
until I'm
dude.
like fully capped.
That's kind of a big grind.
But it's just because I messed up my first week. It's on me. I crafted the wrong weapon. I crafted a
Warrior of the Loon.
I crafted what is it? I didn't know like a mace wouldn't be considered like be considered be considered like basically you can craft a mace with what is it on it? Intellect and agility, and I accidentally crafted one with agility on it, and I was wondering why it was simming so bad.
Ooh.
And that was like 90 of my like major crest points that went down.
Yeah, it's brutal.
So
Jeez.
like I'm really behind right now.
I can't believe you left soap. What's going on? You hate soap now?
No, I just joined my buddy's guild.
Mhm.
I was called out by Maui Wowie in one of his streams. He said, quote, "You're a simp." And I said, all right. And he said, quit the guild now and I'll give you 500k. I said, deal.
Regeneration.
Hell yeah, I would have done the same.
Yes. You see, like these fights are like fun. Like
I enjoyed joining a simp guild. I thought that was the whole point.
Is that what you were in, Golo? The guild that you were
Yeah.
in?
Yeah, I
Was it-
remember I told you that the other guild kind of fell apart, and so I
Yeah.
was like, "Yo, let me get an invite to Soap." And Bleezy's like, "You got to talk to the boss." So I petitioned Soap directly, and she gave me an invite.
Oh, nice, dude. Hell yeah.
Barkskin.
Yeah, I'll catch you guys later. I'm heading out. I'm fucking tired.
See you, Soul. Good night, man.
Later. Good night.
Fury of the Loon.
But yeah, you would enjoy these because like you can like these, like I said, this is just a 12. So like this is like really like I'm used to like literally every ability killing you, and then the nice thing is like when you get better gear, like that's where you can start like challenging yourself to like if you ever want to go higher, you know what I mean?
Fury of the Loon.
Yeah.
And then you get like scored on it. So like this group I'm in is like
Warrior
this Oceanic Guild that I know they're like top like 20 US or considered whatever you would.
Renewal.
A bunch of them are like high IO. There's a guy was on his priest. That was like 3,600.
Fury of
He's
the
like
Loon.
basically that's title range. So like
Yeah.
that's what keeps me coming is because you get like rewarded for it. Does that make sense? So like
Yeah.
Combustion.
the higher IO, it's basically like arena but for
Yeah.
dungeons.
Yeah. I'm somewhat familiar with it. I don't know exactly what contributes to your IO, but I assume it's just like completing higher keys.
So it's completing higher keys and then also like time as well.
Right, because there's like different tiers of like completions, right?
Bargain.
Yep. So you can like so you see here you see on my screen in the right over here on the right where it
Yeah.
says like the timer.
Yep.
So like that is an add-on that I have, but it like covers the old one, but it shows you can see there's like 3 boxes. So we're gonna 2 chest this, and that gives you more score. If this was like a 16 or 17. Now, let's say for example, you go into and like say you 2 chests of 17, but then you go into the 18 of the same dungeon. That will overside your what's it called your 17 2 chests, but at the time you'll have X more points than someone else in that same bracket that only timed to 17.
Yeah.
So you'll see like people like do these like insane skips, like something to watch. Like I don't know, I think it's on tomorrow too. Like if you have free time, like whatnot. Just pull up the WoW channel.
Oh yeah, the
um,
mythic
the
invitational.
MDI.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like it's on a private tournament realm.
I've watched
But,
that
like,
before,
Renewal.
and it just
Yeah.
confuses the hell out of me mostly. But it's like, cool. This is flashy.
Here you go. Look at this. Look, have you seen this, Ogolo? This
Yeah,
skip.
oh yeah, the umbrella.
Look, so you have to do this in anything above us 15, or it's like not timeable.
Jeez. Yeah, this is like a whole.
Plus, don't you have flap wings? Why are you using umbrella?
Because I like it.
You're a
This is-
boomy. You can flap your wing.
Warrior
This is like a
Like, to
whole
be
thing
honest
that
with
I
you-
don't that I it would take me time to like get into and get used to.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
look
super,
at all the numbers.
honestly, you pick it up super quick, Funk. Like it's like honestly,
Yeah.
I really think that M plus is your game mode, and I know that you don't like you really don't think you like it, but I really think it's basically mini raids. Like it's
Yeah.
problem solving, which is like the
Yep.
fun part.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like,
I
I
mean,
play with,
see,
like,
I've never
5
done it. You know what? I've
So-
always looked at it like greater rifts in Diablo 3. You know?
It's literally greater rip. That literally is what it is. But
Yeah.
the thing is, like like as Gola said, it's problem solving. So like I play with a couple people. Like sometimes I pug, sometimes I like play with random people. Pugging is kind of miserable because
Yeah.
like people suck. But they did something really neat. So like for example, if you time all the same key level, your key anything above a 12, your key can never deplete. Meaning like if you don't time it, it doesn't get deranked.
Oh.
So like last
nice.
season, like a lot of people would like come to your key, the pole would brick like pole 1 because of like that's how sometimes it is. Because if you get a death, it goes against your time.
Right.
It counts for like that, and because of the dungeons being so tight, like you couldn't even you basically anything more than like 2 deaths last season, like it was not good. So this season they put a failsafe in that if you time all the keys in the same bracket, you're able to like protect your key from depleting. So you can always derank it if you want to, but you can keep the key. Like say you like want to like help out you guys and say like you guys got into here and I'm like, all right, let's get you guys all resilient 14s. Like, and that means you can never derank it. Like we can just go get my key and then we can keep pulling it over and over again until we figure out like what's the issue.
Yeah, it becomes very much more raid like. Like
I
I
see.
view it less like
I
greater
see.
rifts and more like mini raid that you can pug, like a 5-man
Yep.
raid you can pug.
I see.
So then like what happens is like for example like you master you'll watch like a lot of these guys that are streaming or doing M plus they'll be like on 19s, they'll have a bunch of 18s, they'll go in the 18 blast through it real quick or wipe and then if say they mess up then they go right back to 18 again, they can figure it out. And a lot of those keys at those higher key levels are very similar. It just might be like slightly different routing, so like they'll test out their routing that they're going to do in the 19 in that 18 to see like what is like viable or not.
And you can enter these as much as you want.
You could literally
Yeah.
play this all day long if you wanted to.
Good lord.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
there's no
does sound kind of
lockout, which is
fun.
nice.
I don't know if I want to stick with a feral druid though. Or is feral still good? It doesn't really matter, I guess. It only matters for
Feral's
like pugs.
Actually, feral is one of the best classes right now.
Really? That's
So
cool.
there's 2 meta comps out right now. One is with a VDH, Boomkin, Unholy DK, Arcane Mage, and Disc Priest. And then there's this they call it I forget the exact name, but it's basically just like melee cleave. So it's feral. It's like a feral they run, or a guardian druid tank with like a bunch of melee, and they're just like unkillable on all mechanics.
Hmm.
Versus like for me as a boomkin, like any mechanic hits
So
me, like
squishy. Oh my god, that's
you
why I
should see
didn't
in
play Boomkin this season.
you should see on like a higher key. Literally, if any like a dot hits me, it's like you need to paint something, you know, or I need to go bear form or I'm fucking dead. It's like
Wow.
Yeah, that's why like I literally have to like I hate it, but I have to be like this, like go like bear if, on certain mechanics like that, or I'll get one shot.
I feel like I did get a good feel for my rotation eventually as Feral.
Yeah, Feral's a cool class. I mean,
It was
they
fun.
pump.
Yeah. It was actually more fun than I thought because I'm not into the spinning plates type of game style, like gameplay. I'm more into like proc, so I was gonna go enhancement shaman because I feel like that was more like proc-ish and more like priority system. I mean, Feral has priority too, plus the spinning plates from the dots, all
Dude,
the bleeds.
Enhancement Shaman was so proc based playing Tempest.
Yeah, I just love proc-based gameplay. Feral only has like a little bit of that, not a ton, but it's still there.
You'd play Boomkin. It's literally 3 buttons. It's keep your dots up, and then when anything above 2 target or 1 target, you just starfall. It's fucking boring, but it's fun.
Yeah, dude, I need to get better. I need to challenge myself probably before I like go heavy into Brewmaster, because Brewmaster is gonna actually be like, that's actually gonna be like really fun to play and like really exhausting. I feel like it's just gonna take reps. I think the 1 second GCD is gonna be what's the most like difficult thing for me to like learn and get up to, because even on like the private server, I was like trying to get a feel for it, and I feel like I was delayed on some of the 1 second GCDs, and that was mostly because of like server lag. I don't know where they have those servers, but it was like the 1 second GCD. Yeah. The 1 second GCD did not feel good on that server. Like it felt delayed as hell.
Yeah.
So like I think that's gonna like, once those like training wheels or once those like shackles come off, I don't know. I think it'll be pretty achievable to be competent in raid.
I will say dabbling in retail ahead of MoP is not a terrible idea. Like I actually feel like playing retail is like means that a Kata and MoP feel like slow motion. You know what I mean? Like
No, it does.
Yeah.
Like I don't. So I actually never played MoP, and that's why I'm excited. I quit when I was a kid.
Same, dude. I stopped in TBC.
So like I quit. When was it? I quit after Wrath, or no, Kata, when I was young. I went to college, and I was just like, I don't know what it was. It was just like at the time, I think it just didn't. I don't know. I just didn't like the panda. I guess I don't know. It just went from like from Arthas to like.
I think a lot of people felt the same way from what I've heard. People didn't like the panda. People thought that it was like a play on like Kung Fu Panda. People thought that they were pandering to the Chinese audience.
And then it ended up being like, I heard like being like one of the best expansions. So like that's why I'm excited. And like I think like the goal is your point. If like retail will give like that fast pace a little bit more, because it's a little bit more faster pace than what's it called? Kata and Wrath. Like MoP, that's where like it gets a little bit more crazier, if that's what I've heard at least. So that's why I'm just like getting used to this stuff, playing this, and been enjoying this more. Because dude, Kata, even the raids still are horrible.
What do you mean they're horrible?
They're just. Have you ever done Dragon Soul?
No, I have not done Dragon Soul.
It's bad, really bad. Firelands.
I've heard that it's really bad.
One.
Pandaing to the Chinese audience, yeah.
It just, I don't know. It was just.
I heard Firelands was really good. I was like shocked that you guys quit before Firelands, because like I heard Firelands was like the best. I'd rather eat glass than do Dragon Soul.
That had more to do with like the guild like inner like dynamics than I think anything else. I think everyone was burnt out on just clearing for weeks and weeks and weeks, and when we went to do the we did do the beta, and we pugged it like with another guild, and we literally went 7 of 8 the first night, and they did make it harder, but it was just still like everyone's like, oh, looking down the barrel of like just re-clearing you know, after the first couple
So
weeks.
you guys did do Firelands.
Yeah, they did PTR Firelands.
You did
I think
PTR
that was-
Firelands. Well, that's the thing. Like coming into this MoP thing, right? I don't want to just be like a one phase tourist. I really don't want to do that this time, and I hope that's not what comes of this guild or this iteration of this guild. But honestly, some of that has to do with Blizzard too. Like Blizzard really drags their feet sometimes on some of these phases.
Yeah, like dude, Kata, like that was.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, Kata phase 1 again was like, I think we're in phase 1 almost as long as ICC, or a little bit longer. I did like the math.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really long.
Which was like, even ICC was fucking long. Like that was like, it was like, all right, just release Kata at this point. Like you guys know you have people wanting to continue on the game. Either do a relaunch of Wrath, or like you did these anniversaries, or bring Kata. And we
Yeah.
did, but like, dude, the first phase of what is it? P1 was I think 6 months or something like that, because the game came out in what, May?
Yeah, May sounds right.
And then we got Firelands in October.
Was it?
Yeah, because I remember
Yeah.
my buddy Race right. It was like right
Holy
before
crap.
like it was literally right before what is it? Halloween. I remember my buddy was like doing it, and I was just like watching them race, and I was like, dude, this is like insane. Like that's why I lost interest in Kata or so quickly. I was like,
Yeah.
I was
If we-
GDKPing and the pots were nothing anymore. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I raided with you guys one night a week, and then we would one clear that, and it was done. We were done in one night. Like,
Well, and that's the thing, Funk, is like we broke up end of September, so there was like another month of still re-clears before Firelands even got deployed. You know, like to the
Yeah.
to actual servers. One thing I think we should consider is like I'd definitely be down to start just like a Think retail. I think that'll help. Like, I don't want to do like a Think Classic guild or like a Think SOD guild, but you know, like just having the guild in like that people can join in other, you know, mediums is also helpful.
Yeah, I'm cool with that, man. Think worldwide. I like it.
yes.
Think worldwide.
I mean,
Yeah,
that'd
yeah.
be fun too, because I mean, even if like, I mean, you don't have to do Mythic to be like whatever, like
Exactly.
Mythic
Yeah.
raid, we can make like an even just like heroic guild, and just like there's guilds out there that struggle on heroic.
Yeah.
Like, and they even make it.
I can't even talk because I haven't done any modern WoW raids.
No, I can tell you for sure that I mean you would have to prog heroic for sure, but like it's totally clearable by like, you know, the majority of the player base if they, you know, paid attention and like were good at their class.
Exactly.
Got it. Yeah.
No, it's pretty easy. It's like there's just people like what I'm saying is like if you have like the casual Andes that are like, oh, we got a new buff and we're gonna have fun, like they think the mechanics will still like not kill them. It's like it will,
Right.
trust me.
Right.
Like just come do the game. You can get in and get out of the heroic raid in an hour if you wanted to. But people tend to like I pug it all the time. Like I've been pugging. I don't actually raid a guild at all. Retail, I literally just hop between
really?
guilds and just I just literally just pug the heroic raid when I needed to for like the crests that are the currency to upgrade.
It's easy.
And then I would just
They just well they probably look at your Mythic Plus score, don't they? And they're like, oh yeah, this
they
guy
look at
can
my
hang.
they look at my scores, and then
Yeah.
they look at my like pass logs from previous raids,
Yeah.
and they're just like, all right, he's like a 3,400 last season or close to that. They're like,
Yeah.
all right, he's fine. He can do mechanics. I think he'll be all right.
Yeah, you're
Mythic
right,
is not super puggable. Like especially this season, it feels less puggable than last season for sure. But heroic is for sure puggable.
Yeah, it's for sure puggable, but you can also have groups that have no clue what they're doing.
There's the LFR too, right?
Yep, but the LFR is so dumbed down that it's like zero mechanics.
It doesn't
it?
actually train you.
Wait, isn't there a story mode too?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's if you have zero friends IRL and you. Basically, what you do is it's called solo dungeons, and you can literally go do literally any dungeon by yourself with a follower and a fake raid team of like it's a dungeon.
Oh, yeah. MoP
So they
LFR
come
can be
in.
done with 1 tank and 2 healers.
Pretty
Is-
much.
Yeah.
It's that bad.
I think I'm still doing this Liberation of Undermine quest, dude. This quest is long as shit, or this new patch and all the quests that comes with it, dude. It honestly reminds me of
So
like
you don't
Final
ha-
Fantasy
you don't have to
14.
You don't have to, all you have to, so basically you would only do that week 1. Like you'll learn that if you really care enough about that stuff, all you do is just do that week 1 for a free upgrade to the highest or the second highest what is it? It's like our heroic, you get a heroic tier token basically, or crafted item for free. And a
Okay.
heroic tier token for free if you do that. Because I believe is it the token? Did you get Golo?
Yeah. It's the ruined crest. That,
Okay, yeah. So basically what it does is it just gives you a power level. So it really just, honestly, all it does is just, if you don't want to waste crests on its stuff, you just do that. So it gives you like a quick little eye level jump.
Okay.
If you don't really care enough about
What's your
that.
eye level? Well, also rune doesn't really matter anymore. Quite
High
frankly.
level's 596.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my demon hunter is literally like 605.
Nice.
And then on top of it too, like you can, I don't know, did you do the Siren Isle quest chain yet?
No, I don't think I didn't tell him to do that. At least
I don't think so.
I'm trying not to overload him. Like I'm also not even talking about crafting yet. Like
Yeah.
crafting, the crafting
okay.
system like seems so complicated now, but it isn't really. But it
I did participate in the crafting system in Dragonflight because I played PvP only in Dragonflight, and I had to do some crafted stuff for that. So if it's similar to that, it might be familiar to me. This is the thing about like retail that like I can't keep up with. All these different currencies, bro. Like I just can't like.
Basically, it's the same thing from every season they bring out a new currency. It's basically just like you think about when you played like
Okay.
TBC or Wrath or anything like that, and
it's all justice points or valor points.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that makes it
Pretty much,
easier.
it's just there's 3 different, there's 4 technically or 5, but like it's just like, for example, they have to cater for the people like you mentioned about, okay, if they're for a solo dungeon, if you want to do solo dungeon stuff, they have to have you're never going to get past like looking for raid tier, so then you get the justice points for that. And there's normal gear,
Gotcha.
and then there's heroic, and then there's mythic. So like that's where it gets confusing at first, because I was like confused as fuck as well, and I was like, what?
Yeah, all the currencies, like, they just get me, dude.
Yeah. No, they are confusing.
Okay, well that's good to know.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. I mean, right now, if it's like something you just want to do in the meantime to like fill the void of like, because I mean, I know you say you're playing classic. I stopped playing classic because I couldn't not. Like I said, BWL, we were speed clearing.
Yeah.
And, like the logouts for like they
I
would
can't.
call wreck.
Oh, dude, I hate that, dude. But the first guild I was in, I was with him for a long time because I just wanted to like build up that goodwill, you know, for consideration of Atiesh, maybe if I was going to play that long. They would like clear Molten Core, where they would like clear all the trash up to Gar. Then they would unboon, go back, kill like 4 bosses, reboon, kill all the trash to the end to like Major Domo, unboon, kill all the bosses. And they were like logging out for like, thankfully they didn't do 30 minutes, but dude, we were in Molten Core for like an hour and a half to 2 hours every week. And I'm like,
that's how it was.
That's
during
just
Molten Core.
That's just unacceptable, dude. I just can't be in Molten Core for that long. But I stuck with him because I was like, okay, BWL's coming out. You can't really do that shit with BWL.
That's the thing, is like in Squawk is like they're a speedrun guild for, what is it? Like the release date of like AQ. They'll speed run again and stuff like that, but that's only for like world ranking.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, they just care about parses. Like it's just like everyone in the guild is cool shit, but they're just dude, it's
Yeah.
40 dudes just like one raid the last night I quit. I literally just told my buddy that's in there. I'm like, I just need to take a break. They were like screaming at this guy because he was invalidating our logs because apparently I forget what ability it
Oh,
was.
yeah. Like the chicken.
Whatever.
Was it the chicken
No,
after the chicken came out?
Not the chicken issue. It was what's the one ability a warrior? Apparently there's warriors can only hit it 3 times per lockout, or it will invalidate. I think it might be Death Wish.
No, it can't
Or
be Death
someone-
Wish. It must be Recklessness.
It might be Wreck.
The one that's
because
the
we were,
30-minute cooldown.
Yeah, it was
That'll
something like
invalidate
that.
your logs? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, so like this
Because
one
if you-
warrior.
Probably like wait too long. You can get it for every fight if you wanted to like have it for every fight for logs or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what's up? Smite from the
Yeah,
top
by the
rope.
way, what's up?
Smite, what's up, dog? I was
So-
like, that's a new
What's going on
voice.
in here?
What's up, brother?
But yeah, it was so dumb. So they were like screaming at this dude, and we were in like BWL for like an hour and a half to 2 hours, and I was just like, dude,
Oh, hell
weren't-
no, dude. Hell
because and like they would pull
I think somebody
trash.
pop that shit so we can get out of here.
Dude, I wouldn't even. Dude, you could tell at
BWL
first
for
when I
2 hours sounds like a nightmare.
Dude, the point of
Bro,
classic
I
raiding
did-
is to like smash and get the fuck out, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
Like 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Dude,
20
like,
minutes
it was
in and out.
miserable, dude. You could tell I was so like at first when I was in like at least whatever in Molten Core, I was like, all right, whatever, I'll go get world buffs, so I can make sure. Dude, BWL, I never got world buffs. I would sit, log in 10 minutes before raid, we'd buff, go to Kargath, and pray to God like someone dropped the head. And that was my world buff for healing, because I was like, dude, I'm done. Like I was super try hard at first, like
Oh,
all
healing? Yeah.
consumes.
You don't need a ton for healing, I don't think.
Yeah, plus, yeah, and if you're healing too.
we did. We did.
Oh, did
we
you?
Literally, I needed spell. I needed all the spell file, like
The
healing
crit.
power,
Oh,
or
true, true.
crit, because like when I showed those logs as a meme,
Yeah.
like I was totem twisting, and they would like review our logs and be like, "There's so much downtime, no healing done. Like you need to be DPSing." It was like,
Oh my gosh.
Shaman probably gets I don't know, Shaman probably gets a ton out of crit from the chain heals.
yeah, but we weren't even chain healing. Like we literally, the boss was the first boss that's near like that core hound,
Lucifron.
Lucifer.
Yeah, Lucifron.
Their log got invalidated for a second because we killed it in 5 seconds.
What?
Yeah,
I'm not surprised.
like the boss literally was dead within like I had enough that's why my logs, if you look at them, look so janky, is because I had to figure out how to like tweak the system correctly, because if I didn't cast like a chain heal or anything, it would consider me Ellie as the fight. But if I
Oh.
so like I would have to like pre-cast chain heal onto the tank that was charging in, and
Oh my gosh.
or certain fights where like the mages were purposely like starting at like half health because of whatever it would do their damage. I would purposely like have to do like NS like something onto them and then start damaging to get it registered as a healing log, because we would like have 0 damage.
That's insane, dude.
Like it was just dumb. Like it was
Yeah.
fun, but I can't do classic anymore.
Smite, what are you playing in MoP? What panda class are you playing?
He's thinking.
Silence.
That class? Definitely not a panda.
Why would you not
Wait,
play a
not-
panda, dude? It's called Pandaria.
Druid? Druid maybe?
There you go. There's your balance, Drew.
There it is.
I don't
Oh,
think
I'm
you're
definitely not
Balance.
playing. There's no way I'm playing balance. I would heal before I played balance. There is no fucking way.
Hey man.
Yeah, I don't know if you.
I can't. I saw the latest. Yeah, I saw the latest DPS, whatever. What do they call them? The tiers, the ranks, or whatever.
Yeah.
I was like, I actually got pissed. I got mad when I saw balance druid on the top. Or,
Wait, is it
what
really?
it called? Season of Discovery. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Sod.
Oh,
Yeah.
balance druids #1 in. Oh yeah, I saw that too, dude.
Number one. I literally got pissed. Like, I got
Jeez.
angry. I was like, well, I'm glad I left that shit. I saw Feral up there for pretty much all of it though. They were up like top 3.
Really,
Not surprised.
Feral?
Yeah.
Feral should have been top DPS the whole time, dude, because they were being brought for the wild strikes or whatever. You were just like and like the DPS wasn't always that great, if I recall, right?
It was okay.
It was okay, but it wasn't like top, and people were always looking for him.
Oh, you mean
By the time we
Alliance.
By the time we quit, dude, people were always looking for Ferals. No, dude, even in our guild in Horde, people were like, I want Wild Strikes instead of Wind Fury, because Wild Strike scaled with your level because it was a rune, and Wind Fury was just like marginally worse. And of course, the people that we had in SOD were, you know, they cared about that little bit.
Damage. Feral Druid itself did probably more damage than a Shaman would.
I got you back.
Yeah.
Dude, which is actually crazy. I kind of want to go and, like, my buddy, he's gonna boost me to just try the Scarlet and Clave raid. It kind of looks fun.
Is he? I want to get boosted, bro.
I haven't really looked at
No,
those.
that's fine.
I'm getting boosted on Alliance, so if you want a free boost, you can get boosted. It would like take 8 hours.
We do things
They do. That's what I heard.
different.
Hey, literally, there's like that, like, whatever incursion bullshit.
Yeah.
But my buddy wants me to come play Boomkin for them. He in the guild, they were so pissed. They got a world first that Nax level 3. But Scarlet and Clave was not made for any Alliance guilds because Shaman was too OP on boss. That what is it, Herod, like the council boss?
Yeah.
So you class stack Shamans, and they could just do mad chain lightning. Ellie was so strong. Plus they had their ranged kick that made it super easy for the guild P tribe or Beef Bar that used to be #1. That's how they were able to kill it so quickly.
Also, fuck paladins.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the guild motto.
Did I play with you before?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No,
No,
Smite, you never played with TRT because Smite, you didn't play Kata, and TRT joined Kata.
Oh, okay, TOT. Okay.
That was
played
like
a
my
little
nickname.
bit of
That was
Kata,
my
and nothing
nickname
like
in. That was my nickname in. No, I joined like randomly. I was just chilling. I saw.
You sound kind of familiar though. You just sound like somebody, I guess.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe when you were there, I joined. Soltech was looking for a tank for their guild in trade chat, and I was just like, I'm bored. I'll
No,
come
for
help
sure,
out.
there might have been some late night just hangs that Smite you joined up for that even when you were.
No, it's probably just old brain. Plus having like played SOD and SOM and fucking Classic, just 40 different guilds.
Yeah, it's all the same players, man. We're all the same.
Yeah.
We just get around. Yeah. We just get around all the different versions. We eventually all know each other.
I mean, I don't know if you played SOM, but like I was in Polar with them.
Was that the
Oh, yeah,
world
like
first guild?
Polar. I was in.
We weren't, or they tried to be.
Yeah.
I was on. Shit, what server was I on for that? I was Alliance on some. I don't remember the server names.
I never completed SOM. It was too early for me to get back into Classic.
We went all the way up to AQ, I think, and then we just quit. I think whatchamacallit came out. Didn't Classic Wrath come out or something around the same time?
I think Burning Crusade was out the same time as
I think Classic Hardcore. Yeah, Burning Crusade, but I think Classic Hardcore, right? Or no?
Something came out and we kind of just.
No, I think
that.
Classic Hardcore was still in the add-on phase then.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, because I think
Maybe it was
Hardcore came
Burning
out right
Crusade.
around.
Because I remember
it was
being
Burning
on the Warlock that it was. Yeah. Because I remember being on the Warlock that I was playing in SOM in Hellfire City. What is it called? Hellfire, whatever. Hellfire Peninsula.
Yeah.
Around.
Yeah, that's right. Because we had.
You just
I
toppled
remember all
Psalm
that stuff.
statue.
Yeah.
I've got something for him to watch, all right.
Dude, I forgot about Psalm. Dude, that shit was. I don't know how. Oh no, I like Classic. It's a fun game, but if I would love. I mean, I like what they did with Season of Discovery, but unfortunately, their system of what they did, they copied that one WoW server, Ascension WoW.
Ascension, yeah.
Oh, did
Ascension's
they?
wild though. A little bit.
Yeah.
Ascension's got other shit going on, but
Yeah.
Ascension's way more in depth, where it's like you create your own class. You could be like a fucking demon hunter mage if you wanted to. It's like whatever.
Yeah.
they actually
like,
created a new class even on Ascension. There's a cultist class.
Peaches, have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate
Wow.
you.
I don't know
Yeah,
if
they,
you
like,
guys.
I'll
created
try to
their
catch you
own
tomorrow if you're gonna
Funk's
stream again.
TikTok stream, but you know,
What's
Fungus
that?
already has Fungus already has a take on the Kata to the Kata migration for Sod. And I don't know if you guys have seen that video, but check it out.
I haven't.
Yeah. Did you see that, Golo?
TikTok? It's crazy.
Thanks, Golo.
You paid
Wait,
him
what
for
did you
PR?
say? Did you say Sod is Kata?
He's talking about the
No,
pipeline.
I said people. I said basically like
It's
people
gonna be an
left.
Exodus.
People left Sod because Kata was coming out, and it was like, I can either take this like half-baked, weirdly balanced version, or I can just like take the Kata version where it's like they've already figured it all out. That's basically.
I also think too they killed it. There was two things I think, and I know it does like cause that didn't affect a lot of your community because you mentioned about you weren't doing GDKPs much, but the GDKP scene I think really affected Sod, and when they implemented like it's bannable, because like to your point when you were talking about like on a Monday like I should be able to get like some raiders that like might have missed their weekend raid or whatever it is, etc.
Yeah,
like,
I was trying to do that in
when you're
hardcore.
Like when you're full bis in a game, like and if you're like and they made Sod, what was it, 20 man at the time or whatever it was, 10 man, I forget, right?
Yeah.
Like it was like an odd number, so you're used to playing with 40 people and you're getting full bis quicker with just 20 people, like, and there comes a point where
Not
it's
only
like when
full BIS, but there's like a lot of BIS alternatives that were just like you could get them from whatever the PvP world event thing was. You could
exactly.
Yeah, you just got it super
So-
quick.
Yeah.
You got it super quick that it was just like
There's nothing to
all
do
right,
after that.
there's
You just
nothing
log
to
out.
do, so like you wouldn't want to play, and that like that's what enticed me like on all my alts for like through Wrath of Lich King through Kata, because like I'd be in one guild like I'd raid with like Golo and the crew on my DK, and then I went feral for them, and then after that like if I wanted to still
Like
if
a
I still wanted to
PvP
play,
or arena or something for Sod. Something
yeah, I
that,
mean that'd be sick.
some new PvP
Dude.
BGs
Anything.
even, or like rated BGs, whatever.
The PvP in Sod, dude,
Oh, it's bonkers,
they were a long way away from introducing anything with like.
Did you guys get to play the night when they released Alterac Valley and with Sod versus?
I didn't play.
I wish.
Oh,
I
is it
was not playing that. I couldn't get online. I was literally online like an hour later, but I didn't get into it. The
They had
Sod
that shit
people
with
were like
the-
just racking up kills, dude.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
How's that even happen?
I mean it's because it's the same. They're still using the same client.
Yeah,
Jesus.
right, exactly. All the changes they make are like,
They're universal. Like pretty much they share that it's.
Well, yeah, they
So,
had to
like-
hide like certain things, so they existed in the classic servers, like things that they would add. They would have to do it in ways that was like kind of like strangely implemented for abilities and stuff. I think that's why they did runes.
there's still changes.
system.
Yeah, there's
I forget
still.
what the last one was.
Oh my gosh, thank
that they
you,
had a
Lola.
bug. I forget the last one bug that they did. There was I think there was what I forget what patch it was, but in Classic Anniversary, the Sod vendors were in fucking Orgrimmar, like that they were like testing. They like left them in, and like people were able to buy like insane amount of, and they had to like re-roll the servers back. It was like something stupid like that. unfortunately, like the other versions, like Kata and stuff, is all on like the retail client, so it makes it 10 times easier for them to just update those two.
Is it on the retail client now?
Yep, it's been on there since Wrath. They brought it over. Like that's
Oh,
why,
nice.
when Wrath came out, they started doing early on where like all mounts could be like account wide and stuff like that, because they were trying to like. I feel like there's going to be an endpoint where they're just going to be like, all right, transfer your characters to retail. They're a trophy. Who
Yeah.
knows?
I agree. I think that is going to be the end game. It's got to be now, dude. They've already gone so far. They're gonna take it the full way, right? They're gonna go all the way to like we're gonna be in WAD next year. Legion is gonna be like highly anticipated, and then after Legion, you're basically there. I feel like.
Yeah, because then you go to BFA and then whatever. I mean, they're expediting those expansions so quickly that they can catch up pretty quickly if they really wanted to.
Shadowlands Classic in 2029, 2030, dude. Who's gonna play Shadowlands Classic, dude?
We're all still playing. I'll be like, yo, you guys ready for Shadowlands Classic?
Yeah, Scotty
Coming
J
back,
is gonna be
boys.
putting out fucking tier lists and shit on Shadowlands Classic.
All right, guys, thanks back again. It's Shadowlands Classic. Get ready to get your renown up and pick the correct renown. Don't fuck yourself over.
Yeah, right. Don't pick the wrong covenant. That's the retail expansion that I got back into. When I actually got back into retail, because I was playing 2019 Classic, and a lot of the people I was playing with were retail players. Like, they were retail players that came back to play Classic, but they've been playing WoW for a while. And they're like, well, we're going to try out Shadowlands. And I'm like, oh gosh, I guess I'll try it out. It was fine for me, but I didn't really do a whole lot in it. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't get I quit after like the first season, the first raid.
The first raid was actually kind of cool.
Yeah, Castle Nathria was actually a lot of fun.
Yeah. I think I did that on like I cleared that on normal like once, and I was like, this is a cool raid, and then I never did it again. Oh,
I just was confused with all the systems. I think because I was so like.
That's what it is for me too.
Like they just implement too many systems. It's not like you said, like user friendly out of the box. Like,
yeah,
that's why I think everyone goes back to Classic so quickly, because it's just level to 60. You get there whenever you want. There's gonna be a bunch of raids that have no abilities.
Yes. Yeah.
These expansions lately are like. They feel like they're like mini expansions within them. So like you're up to a point, and then it's like the next month they release the next raid tier or whatever, and it's like, okay, now you gotta level up again. Essentially, you're like leveling a different power or whatever.
What, in retail right now?
Retail. Well, I haven't played what's it called, Dragonlands or Flight or whatever. But when I played Shadowlands, man, that was like you had to like level up your faction and shit, and it was just like, okay.
Oh,
no, they got rid of all those things.
That was Shadowlands.
It's not like that anymore.
That was Shadowlands.
Yeah, that was miserable.
People did not care for that.
I hated that. And then if you wanted to like there were like abilities locked behind it, so if you wanted to change it, you had to like start at square one.
Right.
Oh, yeah, it was called like Reputation. It wasn't
Covenants.
Reputation, it was like
the Covenants, the 4 Covenants. Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't.
Because
it was like.
Because they.
God damn it!
They didn't offer. No, they didn't offer the reset at the time. They didn't offer the reset until people complained, because
what was
happening was because in the beginning of this, they had it where it was people didn't really know, because it was the first time they implemented that like borrowed power. Like, I mean, they had borrowed power, I guess they call it, like through Legion and stuff. But like this was like a new kind of like borrowed power where it's like if you picked the wrong covenant, you were like fucked.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, like they would balance shit, so like the thing you picked would get nerfed, and then it'd be like, okay, well, this is like the worst one now.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're like, people love Classic, and like they love making consequential decisions, and it's like, well, yeah, but Classic is like figured out, and like so people would like go into Shadowlands, like make a consequential decision.
sort of unchanging.
no
Like,
context.
Yeah.
if you convoke the spirits and then like the next week convoke is like completely nerfed because in PvP it was too strong, then you're
Did
like,
you
well, why the
remember
fuck did I
that?
pick this? Oh yeah, dude. Convoke was nutty.
Did you ever see the video? I mean, that PvPer was his name, Crusader, that like nutjob lift bodybuilder. He's like multi-rank one, Holy Paladin.
I cannot stand that dude, but yeah, I know who you're
But-
talking about.
Who?
Did you see? Did you? His name's Crusader. He's like this
Oh.
like
I don't know him.
He's a-
Maniac.
he's a schizo pretty much. Like he
Yeah.
just like
He's a
You can-
streamer,
he's on,
I'm
like-
guessing.
yeah, he's been banned a
Well,
couple
now, yeah.
times
Not now.
for yeah, I don't know, but
Oh my gosh. Yeah, yeah.
the best clip of him was raging was when Convoke came out, where literally 2 druids came out of stealth and just popped Convoke and one shot him through before a bubble could even go off. It was just like that's how strong the ability was back in the day.
Oh, it was nuts,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, you get like so many ferocious bites or so many star surges out of it, and it was just like GG.
Yep, it's just Boomkins were just the best class. But that was the thing that sucked is like people didn't know at the time of like what I mean, they kind of had an idea of like what the covenants did, but those were like the high-end raiders. So
Yeah.
and then, like so if you pick the wrong covenant, like I did on a couple of my classes, like you were kind of cucked. You know what I mean? You're just like, all right, and then they're like, just kidding. You now get to reset it and choose it again, but then you start at 0 versus before.
Right. Yeah, I remember that being an issue, yeah.
And you needed to be at a certain renown every single week to like keep up with the content or you're fucked. And then remember Torghast, the fucking tower?
Oh yeah,
Then-
Torghast.
Dude.
I enjoyed it when it first came out, but after
Yeah.
a while, it was like I hate that I have to do this every single week.
I like the idea of it though. Like they were onto something, and I think that like a replayable roguelike
It
game.
was like a roguelike thing too, right?
awesome. Yeah, for
Yeah.
WoW, and like
Yeah.
you got to get the cool abilities, and like that part was
But even
really
that
interesting.
got to a point where it was just like there wasn't really a choice. You would get certain things and you'd build towards the specific thing that was like strong for your class.
I feel
you know what I mean?
yeah, that's true. I feel like Shadowlands
like-
was also the biggest offender of the currencies. There were actually like 15 currencies in Shadowlands.
I honestly do not even remember. I just know that I literally hate it that like there were certain weeks in Mythic Plus that like you could never play because the FXs were so bad. Like it was just randomized every week, and you would want to push because that's what I enjoyed doing with people. I don't even know the currencies, and they're like, "Yeah, we're not playing this week because
We're not playing this
the
week.
affixes are-" Yeah, because it was just like, because right now, like how they have the affixes right now in retail is like it's actually perfect. Like once you go above a 10 or a 12, like you get both tyrannical and whatever the other one is. I think was it Challenger, right? Golo. It's like basically where like basically back in the day it was like 1 week the bosses would have more health and more damage, and then in Shadowlands, and the other week would be the trash had more damage and whatnot. But then there would be other things like volcanic things blowing up in silences and shit, and it was just
Yeah.
like unplayable.
Oh, so they don't do
Like,
that
now
anymore.
it's just
That's
like-
what I heard about it last
Nope.
time. Is that there was like
Yep.
there was like
So once you
super.
just go to
There were affixes that
Yep.
were super unfriendly for healers too, and like healers didn't want to fucking play.
I mean, basically right now. with-
necrotic, dude. That one sucked.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
That would be like you
remember the-
needed a specific tank. You'd need like DKs or something.
Yeah, do you remember Quaking? There was Quaking and then Sanguine,
was
where it put the.
fucking- I played a rogue, so a lot of those didn't really affect me. But
That was all just in the War Within, wasn't it?
No, they
I played
removed
Feral
all.
Burden Rogue.
I mean, that
No,
was
they
all just in
removed all that.
Dragonflight. Was
I think it
those are
might
all
have
as
been.
recent as Dragonflight? Because I remember reading the
Probably
tiers
changed them,
on Reddit. I think about
I remember
No,
Rogue.
and
Quake, pretty painful.
yeah, they got rid of that stuff. So now basically, like, and I was showing you like that 12.
Yeah,
Like a 12 basically just gives you both affixes where it's like makes trash do more damage and more health, and bosses do more damage and more health. And then basically what it is I think each key level you go, it's like 10% higher damage output and health.
Oh, okay,
So-
yeah.
So like there's not like there's no like really affixes anymore. The affixes are like in the low keys, and it's just like one affix. It's like really, it's pretty easy, but
I
it
gotcha.
makes keys more challenging because like the more health and more like the damage, instead of being like, okay, the boss has more damage this week, like we're gonna have to lust the bosses versus the trash. Like
Yeah.
that's where it gets a
was
little bit
kind of
crazy.
dumb that they had things like quaking and what was the one that put the little blood droplets on the floor that you couldn't stand in? Because it just made it where like
Oh,
if you had a
Penguin.
melee heavy sanguine, yeah, if you just had a melee heavy group, sanguine was like a nightmare. It was
Hmm.
like you're
Yeah.
gonna be much slower if you're a melee class, and if it's sanguine weak, you're just kind of fucked. And then it was quaking if you're a caster, pain in the ass. If you weren't a caster
Yeah,
that had a lot of instant casts.
I didn't know
Yeah,
those
that
were
was so
gone.
fun.
I thought that that whole affix thing was
No.
still in.
No, so there's still affixes, but like they're much less punishing to like specific classes. Like
Oh,
it's just
good.
more of a general scaling kind of thing now.
Yep. So
really.
basically, like the affix would be like this week. It's this thing where it drops. It's called the Void Emissary. So what happens is like she will like the whatever her name is. Fucking I can't think of her name. But the main boss Zalatath will like give a basically a some kind of fix in the thing. So for example, this week you have to kill a Void Emissary that like it has a bunch of health. It basically looks like an absorb, and you have like a certain amount of time to kill it. And if not, then the boss, like the mobs, will get empowered with like healing. They'll like basically be unkillable for a long amount of time, or it'll heal the boss up, etc. But then if you kill the affix, then you get like 50% more mastery or versatility or haste or whatever the
that's
buff
cool.
gives you for the week.
That's cool.
What's the news?
But those stop at like anything above a 12 or below a 12. That's where they get rid of those stuff, and it just goes and scales exponentially. So like you don't see people doing like keys in the 40 ranges anymore like they used to. Like a high key right now is I think a 19.
Yeah, they did seem lower numbers wise. The whole
Yeah, because they wanted to like they wanted to squish it and make it
Yeah.
more like challenging, where it just comes down to like more gear and DPS and route base versus you having to be like, because I think last season in Dragonflight is where they saw like a lot of people get pissed, where there was literally I remember watching because I didn't play that expansion. But there was literally you would pretty much play 4 DPS, and you'd have a Shadow Priest because of like the effects of how strong they were. So like everyone played with an Aug Evoker, Shadow Priest, and basically the self healing on it was like broken, that you didn't even need a healer. So like we're done with this stuff. We just want to make it come back to like a normal like 5-man group with a tank, 3 DPS, and a healer.
Nice.
Which a lot of people like.
I mean, I might actually check out Mythic Plus then, like, cause while I'm waiting for MoP. Yeah.
It's honestly
might do
one of the
that.
most fun I've had is with Mythic Pluses.
Really? Yeah. I think I'm gonna. I might do it
couple
then.
of dudes, just yeah.
Yeah.
Like the 4 of us and just picking up a random. Most fun I've ever had, honestly.
I'll be online again tomorrow night. You guys are free.
Yeah, just ping me. I mean, I'm always down. I'm like, I'll help you out. I can go on any characters.
Sweet.
I mean, if you say you're playing Feral, right?
Yeah, Feral.
If you play Feral, then I can change my loot spec to what is it? Boomkin or Feral, and then all the gear is based upon that. I can just trade it to you, so it gets you geared up quicker.
Oh shit. That's right.
That's what I do with, like, for my friends. Like if they like make a new character, what we do is just like stack the loot, like for them, and then we can change the loot specialization, so then you can gear up quicker.
Oh, that's awesome. Hell yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'll see who's around tomorrow night. I think I'll try it. I'll do it. I haven't done anything on this character yet, really, though. I don't even know what I need to do.
Dusting out the good old warrior, isn't he?
Yeah, I'll bring the warrior. I can even tank some on the Loki.
Okay.
I can even tank the DK, dude.
Yeah, bring the DK.
Dude, I'll
Hell
bring
yeah.
whatever you need me to bring. I'll bring the lust. I'll bring the boomkin.
Yeah. Sick.
Solid,
I
dude.
just enjoy doing keys. They're just fun. Like I got my roommate that was playing classic into it and stuff, and he really likes it. Like a lot of my buddies swapped over, and they just like, because we can all just like 4 or 5 of us, just like you said, just sit here around, fuck around. Like someone messes up, you just roast them. You're like, you're an idiot for eating that frontal.
What was that
And
dude
then-
that we
Yes,
brought
dude,
that
yes.
was blazed as fuck? Like on that one dungeon, you remember Blazy? He was so blazed that he like didn't. We asked him what his DPS cooldown was, and he said bloodlust.
Oh yeah, that kid, that was my oh, I can't think of his name. He was my buddy Synth's friend, and he had no clue. I was just like, "What is your big cooldown?" And I was like, "Every class has like a big burst cooldown." I'm like, "Is it rapid fire or something?" He's like, "I don't know. I think it's bloodlust." And I was like, "Oh my god!" I was like,
Nice.
"Yes." I was like, "That is a good answer, but no, that's not your cooldown."
That's sick.
Oh, I forget his name now. Kenny Bob. That's his name. Kenny Bob.
Kenny Bob. What a good one.
Kenny. No, that's his real name. Kenny Bob from West Virginia. Literally, if you would listen to him
Holy.
talk.
He was
Dude,
talking about his
he-
IRL cooldown.
Dude.
Dude would just get fried and log in and play on his hunter and have the best time of his life. He'd
Dude,
just be
people
like,
with,
I don't
like,
know.
People with country accents in WoW are like the most fun players. I swear
Now,
to
do
God,
you-
like
do you ever
every
play with
guild I've
something-
been in, like there's someone with a country accent and they're so fun to like play with and talk to.
If you would have played with this guy,
arena
you would have
team,
loved him.
dude, it was like that. He was a shadow priest, and he was just the country blumpkin. He would just go all like he'd be the first guy in the middle of the arena. It would be like fucking a grand arena, and he'd be in the center. Shadow priest rolling around like, dude, I'm trying to keep you alive. Like,
The good
get to
old
a
shadow
pillar, bro.
priest. Yeah, but
Yeah,
shadow
somebody-
priests for
Somebody bring
We're
your shadow
amazing.
priest to MoP.
Smite, are you playing? Are you playing the War Within at all?
Retail? No.
No retail. Are you gonna play MoP?
I might. I don't know, man.
Yeah, think about it.
I need
We got
something
a
to do,
wish
I guess.
list of classes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is if I play it, I want to play something with arena in mind. So there's like a couple things that I would play. I would play DK, which I play Frost in PvP or PvE, but Unholy in PvP. So it'd be Frost for the guild's like purposes.
Yeah.
Or Druid, which I have trouble finding a healer for arena team, so I was like, I'm just gonna fucking heal this time around if I play. So I was thinking Resto Druid.
What about Rogue, Warrior, or Hunter?
Not Hunter. There's no way I'd play Hunter.
What about Rogue or
I don't know,
Warrior?
I might play Warrior.
Hmm?
I could play Warrior.
Warriors is actually really sick in MoP and
Oh yeah,
well, it's
in
arms.
arena
It's
they're
arms.
nuts. Yeah, in arms PVE. Excuse
Yeah,
me.
arms PvE. Yeah.
Or you
I
could
thought
go,
they went back to Fury.
Really?
Did they
Okay,
not?
or you
Did
could
they
go
not go
prod
back
if you want to
Fury, or
tank.
am I-
I don't know.
If I want to tank,
I don't know. Why are
Play
you
your
laughing? You don't like tanking?
I'm not a tank. I've never been a tank. I'm a mediocre healer in PvE, and I'm an okay DPS, I guess.
Oh man.
I thought they went back Fury. I thought I was wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but
No,
I don't
maybe
know.
they did. I mean, I was looking at kind of overall stuff, and people were really high on arms for at least a lot of the expansion. but I don't know
Oh,
if it was
maybe
last
so.
time.
They're nutty in arena.
Maybe
Warriors.
arms first, and then it goes to Fury late. That's usually like the Fury. That's usually like the Warrior progression,
Yeah,
right?
once you start to get like more
Yeah.
crit on gear and stuff.
Which, yeah, if it's gear based, then that probably will still hold. Like, it just depends on if it's
Totally.
if it's gear based or balance
Haste
based.
and
Like,
crit.
that's the critical part.
Think about it, man. We could use a Warrior. We could use a Rogue. We could use a Priest. We could use a Hunter.
we could use a body.
We could use a body.
We just
Yeah. Really, whatever you want to play at this point. There's open. Everything's open.
Shadow Priest,
I
maybe?
will draw the line. We will not take another Boomy. Like, we'll take.
Oh
one
no,
more.
yeah, we're not going to take two Boomies. Yeah,
Hey, who even
type
said I
of
was?
teams-
I'm still debating on what I want to do, Boomy or Warlock. I'm just saying.
I don't want to take two
type
of anything,
teams that
is
I
what I'm
want to
saying.
Play in arena, if I played, is God Comp or TSG maybe.
Do something with Monk and I'll join you.
I don't know any monk like setups.
Are
Monk,
monks just bad
teams.
in arena?
No, they're probably good. No, Mistweaver is probably great.
Yeah,
I don't know
Mistweaver.
about Windwalker.
No, I think Windwalker was pretty broken in the beginning. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, in the beginning maybe, but this is going to
That
be
makes
the
sense.
final patch of.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's not going to be fresh patch. That's what happened with Druid and stuff, and like when Burning Crusade came out, people were all like, "Oh, this is going to be nuts at the beginning." I'm like, dude, they already said it's final patch, so like everything's going to be changed. Like some of the classes took big changes throughout the time frame of Burning Crusade, the original one.
Yeah.
So you have to look at like the final, like you look at all the patch notes really, because there's some stuff that was not really talked about, but it's in the patch notes.
Dude, I remember 2's Resto Druid Warrior was broken.
Really?
Always
in TBC.
been broken. Yeah, been Wrestle Zero Warrior
Since
was actually
TBC,
one
yeah.
of the teams that one of my buddies played.
That's
I
why
played
I'm
a
leveling
Resto Druid a lot, but I
you just get
played mostly
carried.
3s.
Find a good Resto Druid, just get carried by Mace Stun and your Druid
Oh yeah,
Yeah, dude,
Stun,
right?
Stun was Mace Stun with fucking Storm Herald. You just instantly, and then you just train their healer and immediately kill them with once you proc a couple stuns.
Exactly. This is fucking easy mode. I got drop, boys. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm about to go to
for the
bed.
combos.
Boys,
Same. GG's, y'all.
take it easy. Good catching up.
GGs.
Later, guys.
Later, y'all.
It's good talking to you guys.
Same.
Peace.
All right, guys. Holy moly, that conversation lasted longer than I thought, but it was absolutely worth it. Super fun. We got the we got the MoP plans going. Thanks for telling me that I was in the Heroes of the Storm category in YouTube. I did not realize that. I'll have to check that out. I'm a new streamer. You can also say noob streamer. So yeah, I appreciate the heads up. If you tuned in, if you hung out, thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening. I'll be back tomorrow around 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. I'll see you then.